hydrodynamics, audio quality. If you can provide that mixer table to hear the audio jar, that will capture properly.
Could you ask? Could you say, sir? I think I'm like,
Check, check. Is it audible? Yeah. Check. 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 Hello? Check. 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 Check.
yeah.
മാക്സിമം ബാക്ക് ഹൗ മച്ച് എത്ര മൂവ് ചെയ്യണം ചേർന്നിരിക്കും. നോർമലി നമ്മൾ കുറേ ബാക്കിലുണ്ടാവും. ഇതിൻ്റെ ബാക്കിൽ ചേർന്നില്ല.
വരുന്നത് ദീപു ആ ഒരെണ്ണം ഇവിടെ ഇട്ടാം. ചേറ് മാത്രം മാറ്റിയിട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ ഇടയിൽ ഇട്ടാം.
ഇങ്ങനെ നോർമലി ഇങ്ങനെ ഇട്ടാലേ ഭംഗിയുണ്ടാവും. 5 ചേർ
5 ചേറ്.
ഇങ്ങനെ
അപ്പോൾ ഇത് മൊത്തം
ഇതേപോലെ വേണമെന്ന്
അല്ല ഇത് വേണം.
ശരി.
This you move forward back.
ഇത് സൈഡിലോട്ട് തൽക്കാലം വെക്കും.
Wheel that's side.
One side you can put. One side. Can I bring? At the end we can take one side. Is it fine?
Yeah.
So this is ready.
Yeah.
Here you have a charger also because sometimes when network is good.
Chair സൈഡിലോട്ട് വെച്ച് ചെയർ എടുക്കുമ്പോഴേ ഇതിലാണ് വന്ന്
After some time, no, for the timing they will bring it here. So you give the space. Later on you keep it in proper. Okay.
ചാർജ് കയറുന്നില്ല. അതിന് എക്സ്റ്റൻഷൻ വേണോ? എക്സ്റ്റൻഷൻ കൊണ്ട് കുഴപ്പമില്ല. ഇതിന്റെ കുഴപ്പമില്ല. എനിക്ക്
Sometimes we are doing the live video and so on. Sometimes live video and other things.
Yeah.
Speakers and later on the whole center part, the presentation. Now, it's okay.
I know, I wanted to sell some few minutes. And somebody, either you, anyone is selling, a lot of. No. That way, then it will go. From Calicut. Now I.
Lot of portfolios are there.
students are happy. This is the first round. The participants are available. And
Yeah, please.
അവരെ കണ്ടോ മീനാണ് ഓക്കെ
വൈഫൈയുടെ കാര്യം
ഓണായിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ ഓണായി പവർ ഓണാക്കാത്ത ചെക്ക് സാധനം തലേദിവസം ലോഡ് ചെയ്ത് വെക്കാനുള്ള
ഞാൻ രാവിലെ പറഞ്ഞു എല്ലാം കൊണ്ട് സെറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. വൈഫൈ വേണം വൈഫൈ വേണം അത് വൈഫൈ ഇപ്പുറത്തെ ഈ ഡെസ്ക് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട് ഈ പെൺകുട്ടിയുണ്ട്
അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ ജനറേഷൻ എക്സിക്യൂട്ട് തീരുമാനിക്കണം.
స్టార్ట్ అయిపోయింది.
മെക്കാനിക്കൽ എൻ്റെ പാഷൻ ആർട്സ് കോളേജ് പുള്ളിക്കറിയാം
ഗൂഗിളിൽ സെർച്ച് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴേ
അതിൽ കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ പലയിടത്തും ഡോക്ടറിന് വയ്ക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ആ പുള്ളി എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് താമസിക്കുന്നു. ഇത്രയും നേരം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഞാൻ പിന്നെ അവിടെ പോയിട്ടില്ല. തൊട്ടടുത്ത് താമസിക്കും. ആ വാക്കുകൾ ഡിസ്റ്റൻസ്.
അല്ല പുള്ളി ഇവരാണ് ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ സാറിന് സംസാരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് മീറ്റിംഗ്.
സാറ്റർഡേ ഒന്നും വ്യത്യാസമില്ലല്ലോ. ആ അതുമല്ല സീനിയർ കോഴ്സ് ആകുമ്പോൾ സൺഡേ മീറ്റിംഗ് ആണ്. അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർ പലപ്പോഴും മെക്കാനിക്കലാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ പുള്ളിക്കത് അറിയാനായിട്ട് എല്ലാ ചാൻസും നമ്മളൊരു ഗ്രൂപ്പിലൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പോൾ പുള്ളി എൻ്റെ ക്ലോസ് ഫ്രണ്ടാണ്. പിടിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പുള്ളിയുടെ മകളെ പഠിക്കുന്നു. പ്രോജക്റ്റ് എല്ലാവർക്കും പഠിച്ചു അതിലിപ്പോഴൊക്കെ
നമ്മുടെ അവിടെ കർണേശ്വര സാർ
ഞാൻ വിളിച്ചത്. ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്കറിയുന്നത് ഇവിടെ സോമനാഥ് സാറല്ലേ? അല്ല ഇവിടെ ഇപ്പോൾ പുള്ളി എവിടെ PhD എടുത്തത് അത് കൺഫേർഡാണ്. ആണോ? ഓ കാരണം പലയിടത്തും അങ്ങനെ വെക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഡോക്ടർ ആ ശരി. എവിടെയാണ് കേട്ടോണ്ടിരുന്നത്? അല്ല ഞാനതിലില്ല. ഞാൻ ജസ്റ്റ് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നതേ ഉള്ളൂ കേട്ടോ. ഇന്നത്തെ ചീഫ് ഫാക്ടറാണ്. ഇന്ന് പുള്ളി വരുന്നൊന്നുമില്ല. ഇന്ന് വരുന്നതുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മനസ്സിലാണ്. ഒരു വയസ്സില്ല. ഈ തിരക്കിൻ്റെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് അത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന പ്രയാസമില്ല. അവിടുത്തെ ടൈം എത്രയാണ് നോർമലി ചെയർമാനായ? ടൈം എത്ര കിട്ടും മിനിമം? ഇസ്രോ ചെയർമാൻ ആ ടൈം ഉണ്ടാവും. 4 വർഷം 4-5 വർഷം വരെ. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഞാൻ പിന്നെ വിളിക്കാം. പനി പിടിച്ചു ശബ്ദം മാറിയില്ല. ഹരികുമാറിൻ്റെ ഇതൊക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞല്ലേ? ദിനേശ് അത് നാട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്ന കണ്ടത്. ഓക്കെ ശരി 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 താങ്ക് യു. ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടേ അതുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കും വെക്കാറ്. സാറ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അവിടെ എപ്പോഴൊക്കെ PK
ഞാൻ ഏറ്റവും
പിന്നെ പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്
സബ്ജക്റ്റ് പാസ്സായി. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് CAP സബ്ജക്റ്റിനെ എനിക്കില്ല ക്ലാസ് തുടങ്ങി. CAP PG ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തു. PG കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ പോസ്റ്റ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ കമ്മിറ്റി ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് പിന്നെ നമുക്ക് ജില്ല മറ്റേ ACT സ്കീമിലേക്ക് വന്നിട്ട് സീനിയർ സ്കൂളിലൊക്കെ
ഓക്കെ.
Our systems are.
Yes.
A very warm good morning to all. I, Katu Sudevan, Chair, IEEE APS IEST Student Branch Chapter and Research Scholar in Advanced Microwave Lab IEST, welcomes you all to the inaugural session of IEEE Multi-Society Workshop on Advanced Microwave and Antenna Technologies and Applications, jointly organized by IEEE IAST SBC, Government Engineering College Barton Hill SBC, Antenna Propagation Society, Microwave Theory and Technology Society, IEEE Engineering in Medicine and Biology Society, RFID Council, Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society in association with Government Engineering College Barton Hill SBC. As the name of the event suggests, it mainly focuses on topics relevant to various societies in fields of antenna propagation, microwave techniques, biomedical field, and community of researchers in collaborating and designing tools to understand our interaction with the Earth's ecosystem to monitor its environment. Before we begin the formal proceedings, I request all of you to keep your mobile phones in silent mode. If you wish to accept or make a call, kindly do so outside the hall. Thank you. We are privileged to have Dr. Unikrishnan Nair, Director IAST and VSSC, as the chief guest of the event. Unfortunately, due to some last-minute urgency, we couldn't have him here. We miss our director in this occasion. We are also very happy to have Professor Muhammad Qasim, Chair, IEEE Kerala Section, and Professor Y.V.N. Krishnamurthy, Registrar and Senior Professor, IAST amongst us. IEEE IAST Student Branch was started in 2011. Within these years, the students of IAST has received many global recognitions and awards, which is an achievement to the IEEE Student Branch IAST. Now, we will have a video presentation to recap all events and achievements of IEEE IAST SBC, which is prepared by student volunteers of IAST. Thank you to our student volunteers for making such a beautiful video. To officially start the proceedings, I would like to invite our dignitaries to kindly come over to lit the lamp. Professor Y.D.N. Krishnamurthy, Professor Muhammad Qasim, Dr. Chinmay Saha, Professor Manoj P.S., Professor M. Jalil Akhtar, Mrs. G. Uma Devi, Professor Ashik Kaur, Dr. Sukhmal Dev, Professor B.S. Manoj.
have to collaborate with this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
From student side, somebody student representation. Somewhere that Karthik.
Thank you to the dignitaries. Now, I request our dignitaries, Professor Y.V.M. Krishnamurthy, Professor Muhammad Qasim, Dr. Chinmay Saha, and Professor Manoj P.S. and Mrs. G. Uma Devi to kindly join the dais. Now, we will have the welcome address by Professor B.S. Manoj, Chair, RFID Council, IEEE Kerala Section.
Thank you, Katu. A very good morning to one and all. Apologies for the delay in starting the procedures. As Chairman ISRO has called for a very urgent review of the current state of affairs of Chandrayaan mission, so our chief guest could not come. As you may have already known that the entire nation is very much anticipating the soft landing of Chandrayaan 3. So yesterday, day before yesterday night, the orbiter unit, the lander module had separated from the propulsion module very successfully, and so far everything is going as per our current plan. But still, the entire team is on a minute by minute basis tracking the progress of the mission. So anytime, they can call the full team reviews and everybody has to be there. So we should appreciate their effort and commitment to be at such a vigilant way that they make us proud. They make India proud with such complicated missions. So with that note, let me begin the welcome address. I'm really glad to address you for this IEEE Multi-Society Advanced Workshop on RF microwave antennas and applications today. So last year, Trivandrum Research Declaration was made by IEEE, MTTS, APS and EMS Kerala chapters. So this declaration was nothing but the re-emphasizing of our own commitment to do research and advanced areas relevant to IEEE Kerala section. And it actually declares that we are committed to do very high quality research and development. We are targeting new levels of accomplishment, particularly that can be considered as Nobel quality research. So basically through the activities of these societies that are part of the signatory for the declaration, we actually wanted to conduct awareness programs, events and activities that will help our students and researchers to do research that is on par with Nobel quality, or that will someday win Nobel prizes. So when we are planning to develop India by 2047 as a developed nation, so we have very significant challenges ahead. We have to prepare ourselves to face the challenges and take our own steps. So as you have already known that we are the largest nation on earth, we are third in terms of GDP, and we are also third in terms of the startup ecosystem, and our GDP growth rate is highest in the world, and so on. So these metrics are very, very impressive and giving us the new challenging growth path which we all as researchers here and active scientists of today, and some of us are middle-aged professionals of research and teaching to accomplish what we want to do. But when it comes to developing the nation by 2047 to a level that we consider as today as a developed country like US or Europe or other countries, we have to actually make a very significant change in ourselves, which is to acquire a mindset for being a citizen of a developed country, or the acquisition of a mindset on par with the citizens of a developed country. So that mindset is actually very, very important step that we all have to do. So what is that meaning to people sitting here, academicians, researchers, students, and top level administrators? How we will be able to accomplish that? What are the elements of this mindset and how we will be able to accomplish that? So there's a long list of to-dos, but I just want to highlight like a couple of points only today, because my responsibility is very limited today. First and very important thing is actually to enable the principal investigator of research projects, to enable the PI who has written a proposal for research and he has gathered a fund and he has a responsibility to deliver the R&D output. And this principal investigator in India is not the same person as in US or Europe. So this principal investigator in India, while holding the responsibility to deliver the proposed research plan, he does not have the authority to actually implement that. He cannot procure items, he cannot recruit people, he cannot actually gather the resources required to deliver the outcome of the research in India and in many of the developed countries. But that is not so in the developed segment, developed world. In developed world, when you write a proposal, you win a grant, you are the principal investigator. You are actually having the authority to make some of the key decisions, including resource gathering for delivering the project's outcomes. So this is a very, very important mindset that we have to acquire if you want to develop. Because if you consider any of our social problems, whether it's a congestion on the road, whether the unavailability of a ticket to travel to your village, or any other resource constraints that we see, including that of the poverty situation, all these are actually attributed to the lack of sufficient R&D activity to solve the problem. And that lack of sufficient R&D activity is actually coming down to the PA's inability to utilize the grants he is actually given, or the PA's inability to solve the problem because he doesn't have the authority to do that. So this single point, if we want to develop India, we have to actually allow PAs to, gather resources to. And second important point is academic institutions disconnected with industry. So you must have seen that India has 1100 universities. Okay, out of that, less than 100 universities have a credible industrial consultancy plan. In Kerala, we have about 15 universities, including one central university and national centrally funded institutions and state universities. No private universities in Kerala. But if you look at the industrial consultancy plan, policy or agenda, we do not have a credible one in many of these. I have observed that at least 1,000 universities out of this 1100 universities, we do not have a credible industrial consultancy plan. And unless we build that, unless we allow faculty members to consult with the industry, learn from the industry problems, bring these problems to the classrooms, allow students to work on that, and make the students capable of solving the real world industry problems, we are actually not going to make this 2047 benchmark of becoming a developed country. But what is the meaning of a developed country? A developed country is not about the GDP becoming faster. It is also not about becoming the very rich country. A developed country's metric is actually to bring the quality of life of ordinary citizens to that of the developed countries of today. So that metric needs innovation, the third important point that we want to develop. Innovation, incubation and startup. This has been told over and over again. But we are, as per our current estimates, India is third in terms of innovative ecosystem, startup ecosystem. But we are 40th in terms of innovation that is coming out of our young, bright minds. And this is actually very, very significant item to work on. Okay. Now, where is it starting? It is starting from the classrooms. I usually ask my students, can you name one innovator? Can we name one inventor? And many of the beta classes I ask, the entire class will remain silent. Okay? They don't know. They can't identify an inventor in their society, in their district or in their state. They can't identify the term called inventor or innovator. There is no profession like that. There is no role model for becoming an inventor. We have role models for everything else. We have film side, we have academicians, role models. We have many politicians, many industries we have role models. But as an inventor or an innovator, we don't have people who survey with their own innovations. One of the very visionary person in Trivandrum city, that's Harin Surendran. He returned from the USA 2011. He is now a principal of Trinity Engineering College. He has actually made a very important observation that if India has to develop, then we should actually have innovators addressing local problems, and then with these solutions they should be able to survive a respectable life. Then only his innovations will benefit everybody among us, and that will actually advance the nation in terms of quality of life. So we want to actually bring this to our classrooms, and from the classrooms innovation should start. Innovation should actually become a habit. Then only we will be able to bring out development in our. So with these points, I would like to highlight the only point which is important to acquire the mindset of citizens of a developed country in all aspects that you do, in giving permissions, in doing the activity, in teaching classes, in bringing encouragement to innovators too. So with that, let me just start my responsibility of welcoming the dignitaries and participants here. So I would like to, in absentia, welcome Dr. S. Unikrishnan Nair, who had agreed to come. Unfortunately, due to very, very pressing demands, he could not turn up today. He had offered a lot of support for organizing this as well as many other IEEE events. So in absentia, I welcome him. Now, we have here a very senior ISRO scientist who spent about 30-40 years in ISRO, who had made several enhancements to the way ISRO functions. So who directed the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dehradun, as the director of that. Then he served as the director of National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad. During his term as NRC director, he consulted extensively with the central as well as state governments. So he had been instrumental in acquiring very advanced scientific equipments, including that of multiple aircrafts for remote sensing applications for national remote sensing. During his term, the NRC budget had multiplied several times. That is an indication of the growth of an organization. He is currently Registrar of IAST and Senior Professor. He helps with all the IEEE student activities wholeheartedly, including this function. Without his wholehearted support, we would not have been able to organize this function this effectively. And that is Dr. Y.V.N. Krishnamurthy. So, sir, I welcome you to this function wholeheartedly. So, last 3-4 years, IEEE Kerala section has been making significant waves across the entire IEEE ecosystem because we became the #1 chapter in the world. Okay, we have been neck and neck with the Beijing chapter, but with a very significant effort of membership development by Professor Muhammad Qasim over the last several years as Vice Chair of IEEE Kerala section. Now as Chair of IEEE Kerala section, he has made IEEE Kerala section the leading section of IEEE, and he has been extremely busy person with activities. Today, like this, there are like half a dozen events happening in Kerala under his leadership. So he has been kind to us in personally coming here and welcoming. For all the membership development, IEEE history related, IEEE policy related activities, we all approach him for guidance, and he has been graciously helping us on that. Thank you, sir, for coming, and I welcome you here. Thank you. So I would like to welcome Mrs. G. Umadevi, who is Deputy Director, Satellite Data Reception and Ingest Systems Area, NRC Hyderabad. She is one of the leading scientists of satellite image data processing, acquisition, as well as service delivery to various government as well as private agencies. So her services to ISRO as well as NRC is highly appreciated, and I welcome you, madam, for this function. Professor Jalil Akhtar has been among the 2 people from India who had been granted IEEE Fellowship last year. As you know, IEEE Fellowship is one of the most coveted recognitions for making significant scientific accomplishment. And while he has done enormous amount of research leading to high quality publications, student mentoring, guidance, and so on, many of his inventions has reached applications on large scale to real world. One of his inventions was used by Amul for detecting the quality of milk or the status of milk using dielectric constant measurement. So they have extensively used in invention. So I welcome you, Professor Jalil Akhtar. He's a professor with IIT Kanpur. So I would like to welcome Professor Ashik Paul, who has been also very good friend of both Professor Chinmay Saha and us. He's also a mentor of us. So he used to come and help us with several events. He is also a top-notch NBA advisor for inspector for colleges and so on. He used to frequent visit of him in Kerala this year. So he will again be visiting to Kerala. So Professor Ashik Paul, who is a professor of Institute of Radio Physics and Electronics, University of Calcutta. I welcome you, sir. So Puneet Mishra had agreed to come, but unfortunately he also got some urgent last minute issues, so he could not turn up. So I appreciate his agreement, and in absence I welcome him for this event. Dr. Sukomal Day, Associate Professor of IIT Palakkad and an active volunteer of IEEE and CAB member of IEEE Kerala section. So Sukomal, I welcome you. Dr. Jidin Krishnan is a senior scientist of SCTI MST. He is also the vice chair of IEEE MBS Kerala. So Jidin will be coming here in a few minutes. You see here, I think he will be coming in a few minutes. So I welcome Jidin too. So Professor Dr. K.C. Ravindranathan, he is actually the IEEE's long-standing volunteer, former chair of SPS, and also he has been the Life Member Ability Group Chair, Inter-Society Committee Chair, and so on. So welcome you, sir, to this function. So Madam Josna has been GEC Barton Hill's active faculty mentor for students. Josna Madam has been the MTTS chair for, advisor for GEC Barton Hill. So she has been very, very helpful to all IEEE activities, not only in GEC Barton Hill, but also to IAST student branch as well as IEEE Kerala section. So her commendable work as IEEE link coordinator had led to IEEE expanding his membership across Kerala. Welcome you, madam. So Anu Muhammad is our man Friday, who had been running all around for the last several days. Even when he has moved to Wayanad, his heart and brain are actually in Trivandrum. He used to make calls and make arrangements, including booking this hall and making arrangements. Anu Muhammad, welcome. So our boss, I forgot to mention his name, our boss TJ Apred, he has been the person who we actually go all the ways to get any opinion on any critical matters where there is no books written or no solution available even in internet. Even what you cannot get in ChatGPT can be obtained from our boss, Dr. TJ Apred. That much exposure and experience he has. So this workshop is the brainchild of my faculty colleague, Dr. Chinmay Saha. Okay, he needs no introduction in IEEE Kerala because of his extensive activity. Last few weeks, he has been flying all around the world only to extend the activities of IEEE, only to mentor students to participate in various activities. So now he has taken up a new mission to serve the smart classrooms that we have seen for Ponmudi UP school as well as the Asanagar school to 20 more schools, giving them the bare minimal internet access, smart classrooms, computers, printers, and so on, so that IEEE will be able to reach out to schools and regions which even governments find it very hard to reach out to. So that way his leadership has now expanded to the entire Asia Pacific, and now Asia Pacific has become the largest center of MTTS and APS activities compared to the entire rest of the world. So in fact, I appreciate for his steadfast effort in bringing together this workshop as a multi-society event. So well, Chinmay, welcome. All our IEEE student volunteers, student members of GEC Barton Hill IEEE student branch as well as IAS student branch, and Arijit Mitra, our colleague, ISRO colleague, as well as IEEE colleague, and all other dignitaries. If I have forgotten anybody, I welcome you all here. All volunteers, professional members, student members of IEEE. Once again, I welcome you all here. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, sir, for the welcome address. Now I invite Dr. Chinmay Saha, Asia Pacific Coordinator, IEEE LTT Society, to brief about IEEE multi-society activities in IAST.
Very good morning, and I'll start my speech, a focused one, by welcoming the person who has welcomed all of us and many of you, especially sitting on the first row, Professor B.S. Manoj. Yeah, maybe one more from my side. No, he doesn't require any introduction. He was talking a few lines and maybe paragraphs about each of us. Professor Manoj is a very accomplished researcher with almost 7,000 Google citation, very high quality research. He was in US as postdoctoral research, and after completing his PhD journey in IIT for several years, and he's considered one of the outstanding faculty members in IIST, both in teaching as well as research front. And I consider him as one of my best friends in the department, also institute, as also in IEEE societies and student branch, etc. So coming back to the job I am interested with, to speak about these multi-society activities under IEEE IST student branch. So probably you have seen the glimpses in the video that is made by our students. The IEEE journey in IST has been started in 2011 under the leadership of Professor Manoj, and then director, probably Dr. V.N. Suresh at that time. I joined in IST after some time, maybe I think in 2013. And over last more than a decade, we have grown strength to strength, and we have started several society chapters, student branch chapters, which has probably come under the Department of Avionics, if you consider the technical focus of those chapters. Like we started with Antenna Propagation Society chapter, then we have Microwave Theory and Technology Society chapter. We have GRSS chapter started by our colleague Dr. Ramarao and students. Then we have IA student branch. We have Education Society recently started. We have site also. So all these things are for what? This is for the benefit of the students, benefit of the communities in large, and it has been possible due to two reasons. One is tremendous support from the section. All the section leaders of Kerala section, previous section chairs and the current section chair, Professor Kasim, sitting over here, they have been very, very helpful and always extended all kind of support. And with my experience of IEEE activities in Kolkata as well as in Kerala, I see here the diversification. I see here a lot of special interest and special effort to include professional members, senior members, life members, special wings for women in engineering, huge activities on site fronts and all. And because of that, Kerala section is in the global map. Kerala section is the largest section of the globe. Most of the time, sometimes it is fluctuates between rank 1 and rank 2 because Beijing is one of our competitors. But we are always within number 3, and we maintained the number 1 ranking for last several months. So the section has actually helped our IST student branch to grow. Another very important point is the support and the vision and mission of the institute. We have been very lucky to have all the directors of IIST supporting our activities and being part of the space mission of India. We always get privileged. We get very important visitors, including the chairman, chancellor, and everybody who are very resourceful, very top scientists from Indian space research organizations. Like today we are having Dr. Uma Devi Madam. So we are really getting benefited due to different other kind of networking that comes to IIST due to the very close rapport with Department of Space, very high-level scientists, very accomplished researchers, and also we are getting benefited through IEEE, schemes like IEEE Distinguished Lectures programs and other things. In that way, I would want to keep on record our sincere thanks to all the directors of IIST. And then in 2018, we had Dr. Rohiven Krishnamurthy joining IIST as a registered IIST, but he has tons of experience. He was the former scientific secretary of Government of India. He was the director of NRSC Hyderabad, and he has served Government of India in various other top-notch positions and all. And he's a man with vision and mission. So whenever we want to plan any activity and we just want to discuss, and he's very open and free to discuss, he's always available. So when you organize such event, you need a lot of support from institute, from different corners and all. And because sometimes we want to do the events in the city, we need a lot of other kind of institutional supports for which he is always open. And without such support, doing this kind of events or multiple organizational units, multiple society chapters are coming together is possible. So this is the story, the success story of IEEE student branch. And you have seen, I already mentioned that we have several student branch chapters, and the technical part is one thing, but at some time we feel like outreach and getting bringing the benefits of IEEE for the society is also important. Most of you know about NEP, the National Education Policy 2020. It is also giving huge amount of emphasis on networking, flexibility, internationalization, and many things. So IEEE is one of the forum. Through these, all are possible. You can do outreach, you can try to help the community, not obviously by money or any other way, but with technical ideas. So one such idea, you have seen probably during the video, Professor Manoj was also mentioning that to do the smart classroom activities, just to reach to the local people and try to see what we need. So we had our friend Professor Anu Muhammad over here, whom I consider as one of my local guides in Kerala. So he identified a couple of schools, and after discussing with them during the COVID, it all happened. We realized that this location of the schools is so remote, we can help them by providing a smart classroom by which the underprivileged schools, which is in a tea state in Ponmuri Hill, we can keep them engaged, with our students, with our societal club, which is Nirman in IIST. We have a societal outreach club. So we have done that. And when I was presenting the activity, the success story of the smart classroom in San Diego in the last NTTS ATCOM meeting, as representing the Asia Pacific, and also in the APS conference in Portland, our model has been very much appreciated. All the top leaders of MTT society as well as AP society appreciated the thing, and because this is something which has never happened, because technology and IEEE has been on paper for patents, for research and all, but deploying the technology for societal application, not in a very, you did not do a brainstorming kind of thing to bring these technicalities to the, go to the outreach and, helping the students. So this was appreciated, and this has been a model. Now several $100,000 will be, is identified and marked for some, more number of some smart classroom in different parts of the globe. There is one special initiative for Africa, so for which $200K US is given for African initiative based on our model. And in this year 2023 and 2024, we are going to do another 20 smart classroom in different parts of India. Obviously, we have limitations, so we cannot solve all the problem, but we can show the society and the administrator that sometimes some small technical ideas can have a very big impact on the society as well as for the country. Because I sincerely believe, when we grow up, and it is our responsibility to do the feedback. What I mean by feedback is to going back to the society, because we have harnessed everything from our society in coming to this position, and it is our responsibility to do that. So these outreach activities also we have been supported by Kerala section. and on many kind of things institutional support is needed. So again, I want to mention my sincere thanks to both the units, that is IEEE Kerala section, along with the global leaders I mentioned, the AP Society, MTTS Society, GRS Society, and also my own institute, Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology. So I don't want to make it very long, just want to mention a few points that you have seen the achievements of our students. Several students of IIST have got different kind of recognitions. I'm talking about international recognitions, not the best paper award in different conference. Those are happening very frequently wherever our students are going. They are getting outstanding paper award and all, outstanding thesis award, INE thesis award, etc. But some of our students are getting the international recognition from Antenna Propagation Society, which is the student award, the doctoral research award, undergraduate research award, master's research award, even from MTT Society and the Young Scientist Award. I must mention, Professor Jalil Akhtar in this case, because he is a very important person in the MTT Society. He is one of the elected member from this region for the who is serving for the MTT Administrative Committee, MTTS ADCOM. It's a very powerful committee, and he being over here and he's hearing all these things and seeing the things over here. Probably we can work together in a better way in the society level to bring more advantages and more privilege for our part and for our state as well as for the country. So our students, I mentioned about the technical part, but they are doing a lot of other kind of activities also. So without them, this multi-society event and multi-society activities is next to impossible. So we are growing in this fashion, and you have seen some applauds and recognitions that our student branch have got from the highest professional bodies from the IEEE. So there will be some kind of small celebration also. And just the last point, I want to mention why the multi-society activities are very important, because Professor Manoj was talking about the entrepreneurship, startup, incubation, etc. So when you are doing a research, normally your mind is very focused. You are thinking about a paper or about a patent, or trying to have, maybe initially to have a conference paper, then try to have a very good journal paper, IEEE transactions, etc. and so on. At that time your mind is not on the kind of application, because you are thinking in terms of a research article. But when you kind of think of an application, then you will see all applications you need intermingling of ideas. You need to involve a few other things together to have an application. Like Professor Manoj was mentioning about Dr. Akhtar's invention, his technology, his idea of measuring the dielectric constant has been adopted by Amul. So when you want to do something which will have application, you need to network with others. Like we are doing some collaborative work with National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad. Madam will be talking about that, the tri-band antenna design for LEO satellite tracking applications and receiving the huge amount of data that is going to come at X and K band, and also S band for satellite health monitoring and other additional informations. So if I just want to focus only on antenna research, then this type of work will not happen, because here it is not only antennas, but antenna has to be integrated with a lot of microwaves, lot of passive components, lot of other things, the LNAs, and then also because it is a rotary system, so the servo, everything is coming into picture. So it is not only focused to antennas, but many other things, peripheral things are also coming into picture. So if we want to grow technically and take up challenging work, then we need to really do go a little bit out of our comfort zone, but it will happen gradually. It doesn't happen overnight. All of a sudden, I cannot tell I will do research on multidisciplinary activities. It will not happen. But our mind has to be adaptable and improvisable. Then all these things will happen. So because of all these ideas and the initiatives the government of India is also taking on startup, incubation, a special focus of our institute also. We have STIC, Space Technology Incubation Center at IIST. So we feel like an event which will show little more directions, not very focused, is needed. So today is the day where we are having this multi-society workshop. We are very happy and privileged to have students, young faculty members, some of the scientists from Indian space research organizations, many of our PhD, masters and undergraduate students, also huge participation from Government Engineering College, Barton Hill, etc. So I sincerely believe you will be very much benefited from the talks which will be given by some of the stalwarts in the domain, and also our colleague Professor Manoj is also going to talk on. We have Dr. Dey, Dr. Paul, and others. So you'll definitely get a lot of ideas, and I believe these are the foods for you, for your thought, and all these ideas, it will be percolated in your mind, and it will definitely come up with better research output. Thank you very much. So I wish this technical talk will be very, very enriching and beneficial to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the briefing. Now I invite Professor Muhammad Qasim, Chair, IEEE Kerala section, to brief about the activities of IEEE Kerala section.
Yeah, thank you. Respected Dr. YVN Krishnamurthy sir, Dr. Manoj, Dr. Uma ma'am, and Dr. Chinmaya Saga, distinguished guests, research fellows, and my dear student members, and also my dear student volunteers. To just 2 lines about the IEEE, and most of you may be knowing, it is the merger of 2 international organizations in 1st January 1963, and the 2 international organizations were the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, which was formed in 1884, and the first meeting of its members was held in Pennsylvania as part of an international conference going on there. And this happened in October 1884, and we are commemorating this first meeting of IEEE members, the members of American Institute of Electrical Engineers, as IEEE Day, and this celebration is now all over the world. And we are celebrating IEEE Day on first Tuesday of every year since 2010. So this is a significant of IEEE Day celebrations. And the second organization was the Institute of Radio Engineers, which was formed in 1912, and this IEEE and IRE joined together to form IEEE, and at that time it was the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. And in 1980s, or to be specific, in Kerala we started IEEE as a subsection under the India section in 1975. And India section is moved to India Council in 1976. And then Council cannot hold a subsection, so Kerala subsection was transferred under Bangalore section, which was formed in 1976. And we stand as a subsection till 1983, and we became a full section on 18 November 1983. So there is a birth of IEEE Kerala section, the history of IEEE Kerala section, and we are completing the 40th year, or we are going to celebrate the 40th anniversary on starting from 18th November 2023. And IEEE President has agreed to inaugurate the 40th anniversary celebrations on December 2 at Trivandrum. So now, after forming Kerala section as a full section in 83, the first society chapter formed under Kerala section was the Computer Society chapter in 1985. The second one was the IEEE PLS joint chapter in 1989, and the third one, the Power and Energy Society, in 1999. And if we count the student branches, they are the strength of IEEE Kerala section. And the first student branch of IEEE Kerala section was the College of Engineering Trivandrum IEEE student branch, which formed in May 1983. That means when Kerala section was a subsection at that time. It became a full section in only November 18. So College of Engineering Trivandrum student branch is the first student branch in Kerala. And by the end of 2000, we were having 3 society chapters, 10 student branches. Now the status of Kerala section is, we are having 2 subsections, the Malabar subsection which was formed in 2010 and the Kochi subsection which was formed in 2011, and we are having right now 15 technical society chapters, 1 technical council chapter, 4 affinity group chapters, and the affinity group chapters are the life member affinity group, then the young professional affinity group, consultants network, and the women in engineering affinity group. So these are the affinity groups, and we are having antenna propagation society, then MTTS, then GRSS, and starting from computer society, communication society, education society, power and energy society, and so many. That means 15 technical societies, in which one is the joint chapter, that is IEEE PLS joint chapter. And we got approval for the education society in 2021, and we got the approval of solid state circuit society in 2022, and now we submitted for the vehicular technology society approval, and the signatures are over and pending for the approval. So we are going to have the new chapter also approved by IEEE. Now, the strength, as I said, of Kerala section is the student members, and last year, this time, we were nearly 14,000 members, and by the end of December 31st, 2022, we were number 1 among 344 sections across the globe. So, totally we were having, that means IEEE is having 344 sections across the globe in 190 countries. And the whole world is divided into 10 regions, as most of you know, and we comes under region 10. And region 10 is the vibrant and the highest member of that IEEE members consisting of. And as of now, we are having 4 lakh, 1 minute, yeah, to be precise, 4 lakh 3,701 members as of, say, 10 minutes before. IEEE is having globally 4 lakh, that is 403,701 members, and we are having 344 sections, and we are having 3,775 student branches. So the highest, these are all called sections, subsections, society chapters, then affinity group chapters, student branches, and student branch chapters are called organizational units. And all these organizational units are having independent freedom of operation. So that is the highest advantage of these organization units, and that is why we are number 1 across the globe. Because as during the welcome speech, Dr. Manoj was telling that today we are having nearly 6 events happening in parallel. So around 3,000 events are happening in a year in Kerala section, and yeah. The first international conference organized by Kerala section was the RACE, that is the Recent Advances in Computational Intelligence. Recent Advances in Intelligence and Computational Systems. Yeah, right. And that was that happened in July 2011 at Muscat Hotel, Trivandrum. That was the first international conference organized by Kerala section. And the first international conference organized by a society chapter was the Innovative Smart Grid Technology Asia, which was held at Kollam at Koilon Beach Hotel, Koilon Beach Orchid Hotel. At that time, it's a 5-star hotel. And that was organized by the Power and Energy Society chapter of Kerala section. And so that is the first international conference organized by a chapter in Kerala. And now the level of this conference is currently Kerala section is supporting 14 international conferences. And 9 conferences are over. Now 5 more conferences are there, supported by IEEE Kerala section, technically supported by IEEE Kerala section. That means the Kerala section has grown to a bigger level, and we believe that we will keep in number 1 position. And this number 1 position activities, we are number 1, but recently our membership has gone slightly down during March 2023. That means now the membership validity is normally up to 31 December end, 31 December, and IEEE gives 2 months grace period to your membership active. They keep your membership active for 2 more months, that means January and February. And if you not renew your membership before the end of February, then you will be moved to the category arrears. And our student membership has gone slightly down during that renewal period. And now we are picking up, and we do have nearly 10,000 student members as of now. And our total membership is very close to 11,500 as of today. So our section is doing excellent and standing top in region as well as in a global level. And this all is because of the collective effort of the section activities, the subsection activities, the society chapter activities, the student branches activities, and the student branch chapters activities. And we are having 100 plus active student branches in Kerala and 300 plus active student branch chapters. So the cumulative effect of the activities organized by all these organizational units contribute to the growth of Kerala section. And I am really proud to be the chair of IEEE Kerala section and a volunteer of IEEE Kerala section since 2008, a continuous volunteer of IEEE section from 2008. I was a student branch counselor at TKM as part of the formation of IEEE student branch over there in 1986. And I worked as a student branch counselor also for 4 years at that time, but as a continuous volunteer since 2008, and really proud and enjoying the joy of volunteering in IEEE activities. And I have a request to all the student members that and the office bearers that no, we are getting a lot of fun from all IEEE entities, OUs, IEEEs. Okay, we are getting a lot of fun. APS is getting a lot of fun. MTTS is getting, GRSS is getting, SSS is getting, all the chapters are getting sufficient fund for your activities. In addition to the rebate. And the rebate, this time what happened is, out of the 100 plus student branches, only 55 student branches were received the rebate. And the reason is, in absence of reporting of the events in vTools, that was one reason. Minimum you have to report 2 events in vTools reporting, and officer reporting is also very, very important. And the lack of this event reporting made this rebate not getting for something like 50 student branches, eligible student branches. So that means what I wanted to highlight is, or emphasize is, all the activities should be reported in vTools. That is very, very necessary and important. And the second thing is, you can spend some money available with your student branch or with your this society chapter or affinity group for membership development. Membership development is the most important thing, and member benefits is the most important thing. And you can spend some money, part of your fund available with your student branch or with your society chapter to support eligible students for membership renewal. So that helps our membership renewal and the membership growth to a higher level. So we can use the fund available for membership development. There is no harm in that. So please note that point also. And we are doing a lot of activities, as Chinmaya was also saying, that is a humanitarian activities, a quite good number of humanitarian activities. And 2 villages are selected by the India Council to have smart classrooms in 35 schools, 2 not villages, 2 districts, one is the Idukki and the other one is the Wayanad. These two districts are selected by India Council, and we had an MOU with the Kerala government to to start or to give 35 smart classrooms in two districts. That's also going on. And so many activities IEEE Kerala section is organizing in terms of site and in terms of humanitarian activities, and they're all well recognized by the IEEE leaders, and we do get the credit of organizing these events. And I thank all these volunteers join for this event, and the office bearers of these 5 society chapters, that is the APS, MDTS, GRSS, the EMBS and RFID Council chapter. So 5 society chapters are joined to make it a grand event. And one more thing is, this scenario we started last year, having an event named I5, which was conducted at ME Engineering College, Perindalmanna, which was a very huge success. And that event got the best student event of Kerala section in 2022. And this year, this is the first combined event. And we are going to have another 5 society chapters organizing an event on green energy at Ernakulam Grand Hotel on September 8 and 9. And another event, the I5, again coming in December. And the All Kerala Student Congress, we are scheduled it for September 17th at TKM College of Engineering. This time, the All Kerala Student Congress is limited to one-day program, and our respected ISRO chairman S. Somadas sir has agreed to inaugurate the All Kerala Student Congress, and I am really proud that he is an alumnus of TKM College of Engineering, and he studied there when I was a faculty in the electrical department there, so had the chance of engaging him in a class. So really proud that we are doing great to the nation, and our senior scientists are all here. They are contributing much to the nation. And I request all of you to join the All Kerala Student Congress. And this time we are going to make it a mega event by participating 2,000 students to this program. We are having nearly 10,000 student members as of now. And we want 20% of the students joining this event, and so request all of you to join. And the registration fees is made very small for IEEE members, student members. It is only 300 for the first 500, then it going up to 400 for the next 500, and going up to 500 for the next 1,000. So register for the AKSC well in advance so that you can save your money as well as you can join in a mega event. It's going to be the world's largest student event in the history, and we have to make it the biggest. Okay, and hope that all of you will join. And I thank the organizers, and especially Chinmaya and all other Manoj and Krishnamurthy sir and all for inviting me to this this workshop and deliver a few words about our IEEE Kerala section. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the briefing of the activities of IEEE Kerala section. Now I invite Professor Y.V.N. Krishnamurthy, Registrar and Senior Professor, IIST Trivandrum, to inaugurate the workshop and to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning, everyone. And then I'm privileged to be amongst you. Thank you. Especially when you have such senior people here on the dais, like Professor Muhammad Qasim, who is doing extremely well for the Kerala region of IEEE activities parallelly running through, and which he has given a feel to you what is happening. Because you're all big, you should think big. That's what his message is. And then what has to go forward. My colleagues in they're always having activities. See, having a chapter is one, but how frequently you conduct programs, how quickly you respond to a given event, because you plan for a workshop and then try to bring people is one aspect, but you find a speaker who is coming to your town or your local, and still how you make that as an event and expose it to the young minds who are here That is also something unique which the chapters are doing. That's where you are able to conduct many programs, even with minimal budget which has to be there, but maximum participation and good interactions. That's what I have observed from. And then also Dr. Uma Devi, who came from all the way from Hyderabad to you, in especially telling about the experience what she had from IEEE specifically, which the students and the faculty has designed a tri-band antenna, and how they have fabricated, tested and made it operational and ready for NISR. We always think NISR means a launch vehicle satellite, but then finally who receives the data, how efficiently you receive the data, and how do you disseminate the data, how do you store it. That's also a very important aspect, because that's most strenuous, because launch everything happened in a short time, but this will stay for 7 to 8 years and the archived data will be for a long time. And she does very tough operations both from Shadnagar and also for Antarctica, and also now they have started a station in Jodhpur because of strategic use, that, and also encouraging many SAARC countries and ASEAN countries to also have the reception systems which are designed and fabricated from here. But so, whenever you're doing something as a research scholar or a student like that, it is not with you, it is somewhere else, and it is helping humanity globally already. And that is where the IEEE activities also, now they have the global attention, and I'm happy that many of the researchers from here are getting international awards. And then while happening 1 and 2, because most of the administratively the papers comes to me, I see now Gopika is most of the time she's abroad in the last 1.5 years, receiving awards, and that's really you feel happy. See, what is it for a professor or a senior person after doing all that, whenever your students do extremely well and they're recognized and getting awards and rewards, and they're wanted, no, not from other countries, it's from Europe, it's from US, it's from Japan. So these are the places which trying to look that there is some difference in your thinking process. And the way you're working is what is making that credits. And that's how you all, and these workshops are conducted to motivate all of you that you have to think big. That's where it stands for. And your audience also, we have quite a few senior people. I do know from radio physics, etc., from Calcutta University, how tough for him with the state funding to get a radar systems installed. But they have a passion that something will be good for humanity and for understanding anything, what you were talking about, climate change. We need to understand the atmosphere and in a bigger way what happens. And they don't know how to maintain it because there's no funds continuity. So that's what Manoj was telling. But then as a professor or a scientist, where we have from our colleagues from ISRO centers, many of it, at the early stage you should understand that we are in a system. We are in a democratic system, and system has certain procedures. If these procedures in place, how well we think ahead. See, for organizing this workshop, you all must have thought well ahead how to do. And in exercises also how to still continue with the program. This all should be the mind. So these procedures are there. So to beat those procedures, if you think little ahead and start our process that allows in the system, then we can go ahead and putting through. Or how do you put a diplomatic sentence as a justification where no one can say no to what you're asking for. This is all we have to learn. This is the most important for all your youngsters. Never get frustrated on anything what happens. Look back and then why things didn't happen or how things to make it happen. That's where we all have to think for. For everything there's a solution. Okay, but then how do you think ahead of the other person before what he speaks? This is where we have to do some homework. Without that it will be very difficult to go about. Now coming and complimenting colleagues, etc., that what I look at is, and also my friend who are here, who always the chairman of the student board, etc., that, and for the last 5 years, I definitely can tell that I learned a lot being a participant of IEEE chapters, student chapters, or the professional bodies. There's no doubt in it. Because what I am as a director NRSC to now, I am a transformed person in understanding a little bit of science, how this instrumentation can be made. But then instrumentation making is not the only thing. How the instruments, what the measure, how do we capture it digitally, and how do we store it without any losses, and then how do we transmit and how to make inferences drawn. So it is useful almost like a real time for everyone. Then it becomes a product which can service and then have a startup ecosystem, because commercially that doesn't have much of competition if you're able to do end-to-end all this. But most of the time we are focused in our research to publish or make a patent. But then making a prototype and a product, because many a time the products are made even for the biggest companies, but they're not able to commercialize that. Suddenly someone creeps in and goes faster than, because they're able to innovate a little bit. Innovation is not something, an invention. Innovation is a little bit of thinking process. How do we change? What is existing within? How do you try to make it more simpler and appealing, and which gives a market pull than demand push. If you are able to see this, then you are the best. Okay, and then because most of the people who did a lot of big business have really not invested into inventions. Someone else made, but someone else modified that a little bit and then tried to make it in a big way, and they make money. So there's a difference between making money or doing something and enjoying what you do, or facilitate others to collaboratively and then put through. And this particular workshop, when we talk multi-society, it's nice that you brought all the societies together. This itself is like what NEP is speaking about in a professional body. You're also trying to do, bring in multiple disciplines to deliberate. One, in the experience what we had, the IEEE society, how to reach the society, what is that we are talking about a smart, but then you don't have power there, then what are the alternatives which you can do, all has been thought about and things are working on. So one place, because for anything you need to do of such nature, digital, you need energy. But then how that energy can be managed is also a subject which we may not be specialized in, but we have to look in. But I was looking at a few things, because you are in healthcare, someone is going to speak how the things are getting miniaturized. Kindly focus on few things while doing because I am basically an applications person. Whatever you tell a technology, I will look always from application point of view. So that's what my bread and butter for the last 35 years. So how to make it simplified to whatever tool you make, how you use it for a given application. Why that given application? Because there's a lot of demand for such applications. And it is day to day. Every day it happens. It is not that one time you make a product and it is over. Product is one part. That's what I was telling. How do you process and make a service out of it? And intelligently, people are using this very well. That means you don't have the expertise, but how to bring experts. Like last time also we organized one talk, a startup company who came from US, and then he gave deliberations to how to make this NDT type of a thing. And who does at a remote location, how through a communication link which is available, how optimally utilized. So it goes across the world for experts who give their inferences, and they have a license to certify, to tell and certify on the testing which they have done. And the software companies, today for everything you look at, the softwares you have to procure. But they had an understanding with the software companies. Based on how much of time of use, you pay for that. They're also happy because they're getting business, global business per se. And putting all that, they made a business out of it, and that is going well. So this is where you have to look in. This kind of forum allows you to network with people. So when you have a networking with people, so be open in discussion of thoughts. But always keep in mind, whatever antenna you are making, whatever propagation happens, after that what happens? You have to ask the question, next. Okay, what next? Okay, what next? Okay, it's the best, then what? Then you'll get a clue. Okay, this is where, because you, in your inaugural, introduction, my friend also has told that for environment, ecology, this is a big statement. So environment, ecology, we are all part of that ecosystem, right? So for each and everything which affects us or benefits us, we should have a clarity. And then more importantly today, most of the detectors are detecting fantastically well. That means your instruments are extremely well. But are we able to recognize all the data? No. I can be very clear, even Madam also will agree, that we are only, if 20%, we are the best. 50%, excellent. Beyond that, I think there's a lot of detected material. None of the recognizing systems, means the processors are not able to process what is recognized or detected by your detectors. That's where we stand. And there is a lot of noise too. And there are a lot of people made good research and value-added products only working on noise, not on the signal. Because in the noise also there is a lot of hidden information. So this is where you have to be innovative in looking in both for signal, noise, and the signal loss, what is happening. And then whatever you detector is detecting how to capture the full strength of it for your analysis. So this is where the gaps are and where you have immense possibilities without investing much. Because you're not doing making the detector, you're not trying to do a new algorithm to extract the information what you're looking from a detector. Please look into this very cautiously, because I'm not making this statement because I'm standing here. Because I've seen many detectors, the data what comes out of it, what extra can come out of it without much investment, but only because of just thinking in a different way, you can make this difference. Now coming to, we have huge amounts of data, whichever is there, okay, either in healthcare or wearable devices, huge amount of data is keep coming. And then we are analyzing to a very little extent. When I meet doctors who are very seniors, who still, he may be one of the best oncologists or hematologists, etc. that, but still they can feel the pulse and then tell about an individual much better. They have a knowledge of that nature. But then meanwhile, the instruments are giving continuous information which are wearable either for diagnosis or prognosis. In your main forum of microwave, there are a lot of things which is happening. But then when it happens, what is happening to this data? Did you ever think? Is it only for showing for one individual? If you collectively have this data, can we do certain machine learning algorithms and then try to look at if these features are there, it is some indicative of some nature. This is possible, but we are not really invested into that. Please look into these simple things. Suppose if someone has a big resource, go for a big one. But if you have a smaller resources but big thinking, so you have already this data available at different sources, how to tie it up. Then our professional body, Mohammed Qasim Saab and Dr. Chenmay and Manoj and all the senior degrees, you have to think about now how the professional bodies will help the individuals who are taking consultancy projects, how as a professional body you become to vet some of the inferences coming out of the consultancy body. So it has more weight. That means you are giving a quality certificate for it. Or for the startup companies, how your professional body who has a lot of experts who are sitting here in the front, etc. that, how do you give a mentorship for those? Both from technical point of view and also you should rope in like how we are looking for social, now get in some financial guys also. How financial these things, because since your strength is big, because you have a brand, you are established globally, so people will come to you. So that is a facilitation if you are able to do, that will go a long way for the young minds who are sitting here. Whoever is thinking something differently, is it the one which makes a difference or something else which I have to do beyond? This is where you go ahead. But then the beauty of the other things which you are looking in the papers, we go on to NASA, ISRO, you are getting NISR, and a huge satellite, a bulky satellite which has come already stationed and then is going to be launched. But now the question is, do you need such a big satellite to have in true frequencies? Like, it's not so. Now we are having our own colleagues are working in IEEE on meta-surface dynamic antennas. So almost 1/3 of the weight, you can have 3 frequencies operating, right from X to L and S, whichever you want, you select, and it is possible to do. So antenna level, if it is done, we have to make it a payload. So people are working on, and people are working for such because it needs less energy. And you can, resolutions can be as high as 6 centimeters, what is in the lab conditions. But while in practical, even if it comes to half a meter, it's fantastic data, 3 frequencies at the same time which you're operating. But it's a complex system. How to make things simpler of those complex systems is what you all have the opportunities to think and deliver. But even if it all you do this, like NSR comes in and then put through, but is it going to solve our farmers' problem? Or what is the exact soil moisture? When even in Kerala you can see there are small fields, right? Each field is having different crops and each location has different soil moisture. Each small piece of soil needs a different micronutrient blend fertilizer. And after sometimes it gets saturated. So how do you detect all these saturation levels, etc.? It's all possible with your type of technologies which you are looking for. Each one is a problem and each one has a huge business because every year we have to make 3 crops, right? Right? And we have seasons. At least 3 seasons are very strong. This year there is no monsoon. So where is the soil moisture? Which seed has to go where? Which fertilizer has to go move? The fertilizer company is looking for that. The seed company is looking for that. Because all the crop growing periods are limited. Because you have a timeline. It's 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. They're all fixed. And all this data is available. So wherever you are looking for a small change you are able to make, you're not doing for the government. You're going for companies which are making fertilizers, and they are huge companies. Fertilizer company, the CEO, I have seen many a time in one meeting, he waves almost like 1,000 crores, which has to be, the farmers has to give for the fertilizer. That means how big is the business? So that is your market. Not the market of whatever we are looking at. I need some 5 crores, 2 crores, 1 crore. Maybe I'm not talking much. You are also looking at few lakhs. No. That's not your outlook. You are going to solve a bigger problem where you're the master of the ceremony, which you are going to take it big. So kindly think big. Okay. And now, since I told that I have enjoyed with all of you here, try to learn a lot, I thought I'll just give a small message, because after December 13th, I may not be here physically in Trivandrum, but I may be elsewhere. But I'm always available if you have some thoughts and ideas to make certain business opportunities or how it will help humanity. I'm available to you, and also I can tell you where the source of funding which can do. And if I'm clear that is going to make a difference, I can also recommend that for funding from various sources, various industries, CSR funding. So many funds are available for all of us across if you want to do such events. But then maybe last time also I told somewhere, please, when you, this is an opportunity. Never look, when my Professor Manoj tell that, never look something is challenging. Challenge means what? There's a problem. Look always as an opportunity. Opportunity is always a solution. I looked always from opportunities only. Even if you may tell that if I see the other side of the coin is a challenge. But if you look at it as an opportunity, always their doors are open. There is some solutions which are there which will come in front of you. But your observation of even this conference, what has been done here, how people are conducting the program, even if it's a delay, how they make it up, and how they're trying to deliver the content, what you're all looking for, coming from different institutions. How your professors from different institutions like CET and other institutions, the teachers, are bringing you forward and making this happen, the numbers in which you become the professional body members. But then these observations, we have to be open. Even your satellite, I was telling you, unless what is observing, that is up to the mark, or we are not able to recognize all this part of this only. It's not observing means you're all sensing, remotely sensing. You're all, GRSS also is there. So we're all remotely sensing. Either you put a wearable instrument, it's also doing remotely something what is happening inside your body. So when all these things happen, how do you understand? We should have the ability to will to understand and well understand what you're doing. This is very important. Because if you don't have the will to understand and well understand for the time what you have spent, because you all came here to learn something new. So if you don't understand anything what is happening here, well understand, then what is the purpose of coming to IEEE and where others get awards and rewards? That was the most important. Networking. This is where IEEE is giving you to network with people. But nurture your ideas while networking with them. But more importantly, in democratic system, you have to know how to negotiate. Nothing just happens because there's a rule. We have to negotiate. That's where you need a lot of patience. You need to understand the system and negotiate. And then the urge. When you do all that, you get frustrated. So still that urge should be there in your belly that you have to do something big. If that is gone, then what all your efforts which you made is lost. So in your lifetime, you should never lose the urge for what you're looking for. And then the purpose. You should be very clear purpose of your life. What is it what you want to do? But then after doing all the first four, when I told you, your purpose changes, your perceptions change. When the perceptions change, how much of passion you will keep, because that you feel this is what is going to change the humanity, the way it should be for a better environment and ecology or a quality of life, what we talk about it. So if you bring all this together, you are owning up. If you say the first alphabets, what are the words which I told you, it comes up as own up. Because whatever you are, you have to own up for your deeds, ultimately. Okay, you should feel happy about your deeds, what you're looking for. And that's when you're going to change yourself to do better for the humanity. All the best, sir, for IEEE. You're doing extremely work. I pray God that you will do much more better and get opportunity for all the youngsters to get the rewards and awards and do well and think big. Don't think small. Don't think at a smaller level. I'm telling you, big. That is your potential. Please understand. Don't underestimate your potentials. Your potentials are very big. So kindly think big, because this is not a statement to just motivate you. This is what I see in you, what you can do, bigger things in life. All the best and good luck to you.
Thank you, sir, for the message and always motivating and supporting us, and your words always inspires us. I now invite Mrs. G. Uma Devi, Deputy Director, Satellite Data Reception and Ingest Systems Area, NRSC, Hyderabad, ISRO, for the felicitation.
So, a very good morning, and I am extremely glad and privileged to stand in front of you among the students, enthusiastic students, and the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. And today, actually, I am here to present what is happening at ISRO at the broader level and at NRC at more focused way, and what are the technologies we are into, and what is going to be the roadmap in future. So we make use of such forums to bring or trigger ignite the young minds, and then encourage the students to come up with innovative ideas, and then we do take up the student projects, and then we also convert that into an actionable thing, such that the systems which we are looking into have an innovation already embedded in that, and then the products are going to be, they are going to be in actionable plans, not just for the research or the innovation. So this is how we are collaborating with different academic societies and academic institutions, and also industries also. We work with both sides. So with the kind of thing, now I am really delighted to see that IEEE Kerala chapter, with the collaboration of IIST, are doing a wonderful job, and then there are so many accomplishments, and really it makes me very means more interesting, and then I see a lot of hope in collaborating with both IIST and ISRO also. And then I want you all students to take these kind of opportunities and make such forums useful, and then to develop yourself, and also to develop the organizations like ISRO and other bigger research institutions in India. So with the kind of leadership of our Prime Minister, the space sector is recently have undergone some policy revolution, I can say. So it is left open to all the industry as well as the students, and we want more and more students like the institutions like IITs and IISTs to nurture and ignite the young minds. Because as I heard recently in one of the technical webinars, the India, it is going to be the century of India, because the amount of youth power which is there with India is really more than compared to any other developed countries. So we have so much power within us, and you all have to make it really a powerful nation. Yes, definitely it is going to be one of the superpowers and developed countries in the next decade. I can say India is going to be the leader, and is already moving towards that. As you know, the various initiatives and the way we are moving towards technology or science and advancements what we are making. So with this message, I think I have more to speak in my focused keynote address, and I brought you what are all the activities we are going, and how those activities you can also collaborate and participate, and then we can bring out those future activities into an actionable products. So with this brief thing, I congratulate and compliment IEEE Kerala chapter and IIST and totally and wish them all the success in the future years to come. So thanks for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now invite Mr. Debrida Dalai, Chair IEEE IEST Student Branch, to deliver vote of thanks.
Thank you, Kathu. Respected Registrar IIST, Professor YVN Krishnamurthy, Respected Chair, IEEE Kerala Section, Professor Mohammad Qasim. Respected Deputy Director, NRSC ISRO, Mrs. G. Uma Devi. Distinguished dignitaries, participants and volunteers. A very good morning to all of you. On the behalf of the organizing committee, it gave me immense pleasure and honor to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for being part of this IEEE Multi-Society Advanced Workshop organized by IEEE IST Student Branch and supported by IEEE APS, MTTS, EMBS and GRSS chapters, IEEE RFID councils and IEEE Student Branch Government of College of Engineering, Baton Hill. We would like to thank Professor I.V.N. Krishnamurthy, Registrar, Senior Professor IIST for his valuable time to inaugurate our workshop and delivering the presidential address. Further, we thank him for his valuable insight into innovation, startup and entrepreneurship. We thank him for the advice about tools and process to deliver a service. And further, we thank him for highlighting the importance of machine learning, artificial intelligence in big data analysis for betterment of society. And thank you for always supporting the IEEE, sir. We would like to thank Professor Mohammad Qasim, Chair, IEEE Kerala Section, for his presence and presenting the history and importance of IEEE and IEEE Kerala Section. Further, we thank you, sir, for highlighting the achievement of IEEE Kerala Section. Thank you for your leadership. We would like to thank Mrs. G. Uma Devi, Deputy Director, NRSC, ISRO, for her presence and sharing her expertise. We thank her for sharing insight into the world of space, science and technology contributed by ISRO. Thank you for highlighting the importance of collaboration between ISRO and the other Institute of India. We would like to thank Professor B.S. Manoj for his impressive welcome address. Thank you, sir, for highlighting the points of improvement required for a developing lesson like us about project proposal, project grants and teaching. We would like to thank Dr. Chinmay Saha for presenting the achievement we have achieved in IEEE IST Student Branch, especially our outreach programs. Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of networking, flexibility, and multi-societal collaboration in IEEE. We would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished speakers and dignitaries. Without your presence, this workshop wouldn't be successful. And to all the participants, we extend our deepest appreciation for your presence. I would also like to acknowledge the effort of our organized committee and volunteers. Thank you. Have a wonderful day at workshop.
Thank you, Deba. Now it's time for the felicitation of dignitaries. Now I request Professor Mohammad Qasim to kindly hand over the memento to Professor I.V.N. Krishnamurthy. Now I request Professor Manoj P.S. to kindly hand over the memento to Professor Mohammad Qasim. Now I request Professor I.V.N. Krishnamurthy sir to kindly hand over the memento to Mrs. Uma Devi. Thank you, sir. This year, IEEE IAST APS Student Branch Chapter has won the Outstanding Chapter Award 2023 from the Antenna Propagation Society. To mark the occasion, the Student Branch has added a small cake cutting ceremony. I request Professor I.V.N. Krishnamurthy sir to cut the cake.
I will come.
With this, we have come to the end of the inaugural function. Now we will shortly start the technical session. For the first, the keynote talk will be by Mrs. G. Uma Devi, Deputy Director, Satellite Data Reception and India Systems Area, NRSC Hyderabad. The session will be chaired by Dr. Aprin TJ.
What do you have to do? Good morning to all of you. Now we have real technical presentations, and I welcome Dr. G. Uma Devi, Deputy Director NRSC. He has several accomplishments, and she is one of the pioneer in data analysis, data extractions. She is a, you can do that. Extraction of data is her passion. Delivery of high quality information is his vision, and usage of those data for the upliftment of national development is her mission. So she has a lot of programs in NRSC for professionals and students and society, faculties. Even for faculties, there are a lot of programs in NRSC. Good governance, how they can go acquire the good governance, and the data, how they can use the data, extract the data. As all of you know, data is wealth and value is not counted at all. So innumerable data we have, a big data we have from satellites. All these satellites data, how we can achieve, extract and deliver to the users. So she will be delivering all these important techniques to you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Okay, good. Thank you, sir. A very good morning to Professor Mohammed Qasim sir and Professor Y.V.N. Krishnamurthy sir, our ex-director and now Registrar IAST, and all the dignitaries who are here from various premier institutions of India, and the students of IEEE chapter as well as IAST students who have assembled here to participate in this powerful sessions. And coming to the remote sensing satellite ground station technology, which NRSC is a very premier institution under ISRO, which is primarily responsible for the data reception from all the Indian remote sensing satellites and also the foreign satellites, which are required for using in the national development and then various societal applications. So we take up the things. Now going through my presentations, first I'll be briefly running through our activities, and then what is the kind of facilities we have, and then take you to the technology, what we have accomplished, and then what is going there as in the roadmap. Then, so coming to our major activities, so we are primarily responsible for establishment of ground stations for remote sensing satellites of India as well as foreign, and then we take up the services like we deliver turnkey solutions to various national and international users also in establishing remote sensing satellite ground stations. So where from this ground station technology, it is in-house talent we use. We make use of the ISRO's in-house talent, NRS's in-house talent in designing and developing the technology, and then establishing for our own use and also for the national use. So then with this technology and then the expertise, we have established a world-class facility at IMGS, which is an integrated multi-mission ground segment for Earth observation satellites established. Okay, so at Shadnagar. And then apart from that, we have established the ground station facilities at Jodhpur as well as Antarctica, and very soon Antarctica is a South Pole station. Very soon we are going to have a station at North Pole also. So then we interact and collaborate with various international space agencies in the development of technology and then in the services, ground station services also. Unless until we collaborate, there we cannot manage the huge amount of data downlink and the data rates which our satellites are having now. So next. Then how we evolved, the technology has evolved right from 1979 was the first antenna established at our Shadnagar facility with only the tracking capability or the requirements for a Landsat mission, which is actually a NASA USGS mission. And then today, with the kind of the data rates which we handled in 1979 was only tens of megabits. Now today we have a capability up to 3 Gbps in real time we can acquire and then process and then disseminate the data. So this is the kind of technology using, see earlier it was only S-band and X-band frequencies. Now we have migrated to Ka band because the Ka band has enormous bandwidth compared to S-band. S-band has only 100 megahertz bandwidth. So you can transmit very little data from that RF frequency. Whereas if you go to the Ka band, we have 1500 megahertz frequency bandwidth, and then using dual polarization, we have achieved a throughput of 3 Gbps from the satellite. So as and when the satellites are advanced and then more and more sophisticated satellites are launched, the ground segment also needs to be developed in order to have the data reception or the capability to communicate with the satellite. So that they are going in parallel. The satellites are getting advanced and then the ground station complexity also is becoming more and more complex, and handling that such a huge amount of data is also a very difficult task, and that we are going to manage now. The buzzword is now, it is a network now. So earlier it was only station centric activities, now it is a network centric or the global. We are going global, we are connecting with various international ground stations and collaborating with international agencies to collaborate in the data downlinking and sharing the data. So with this kind of technology now, so we have already, as I told you, this is a world-class facility which is established at Shadnagar, and you can see that it is a hub of antennas. And the total activities right from data acquisition, real-time tracking, data reception, data processing, and then the dissemination also happens from the single facility, actually, which is totally automated. See, we have done as I told you, the facility was established in 1978, and till 2011, we were in an old campus with old technologies. So, but we have seen that there is an enormous need for the data and then the data availability to the end user. So with this objective to meet the end user's requirement with the shortest possible turnaround time or the availability of data to end user, we have re-engineered and reprocessed our technologies, and we adopted new technologies and made the facility totally automatic. That is, it is now a data-driven operations. Earlier it was only the command was given manually whenever there is a request, and now the data user itself converts the user request is converted to the satellite command, and then the moment the satellite is programmed, the ground station also automatically knows which satellite is passing over which part of the India and how we are going to capture. Everything is automated. So now we have achieved a turnaround time of within 1 hour. We are meeting the disaster requirements of the nation. Whenever there is a flood, there is a cyclone. So the prediction as well as the following of the cyclone, managing the disaster and then the mitigation of the disaster. All these things, recovery from the disaster, everything is done by using our own data, which is available to the user within an hour in a case of emergency and within a day for normal applications. This is the kind of facility. Now this is doing the services like this. Now coming to the thing is, it's having a station at Shadnagar, which is a mid-latitude station, is not enough, because the polar satellites are very fast moving satellites having visibility of limited visibility, unlike the geostationary satellites. See, the geostationary satellite is visible the whole the hemisphere the whole time. So you don't have to track the satellites in order to communicate with the satellite. Whereas for the polar satellites, they are the relative velocity between the ground and the polar satellite is so much that it moves with a velocity of approximately 7 kilometers per second. So with that speed, when the satellite is moving, the ground antenna also has to be in line of sight and locked down to the satellite in order to capture the satellite, acquire the data from the satellite. because satellite is taking the pictures or the images of the Earth and it is converted to digitized over on the onboard and then again retransmitted with the electromagnetic energy. So the electromagnetic information in the form of electromagnetic energy captured by ground station antenna, and then there are about 14 orbits a polar satellite will make in a day. So all the 14 orbits are not visible to the station at Shadnagar or the mid-latitude or equatorial. Whereas at the poles, no, all the 14 orbits are going to be converged. So a polar station has more visibility and more contacts with the satellites of polar in nature. So we have established with this advantage at the poles, we have established a facility at Antarctica, which is the south pole. Near the 69 degrees latitude, the Bharati station was established, and in 2012 and 2000 with one antenna, that one antenna was not adequate. So we have upgraded the facility with a tri-band antenna during 2018 under the able leadership of Dr. Vaidyan K. Sir. We have accomplished the second antenna establishment. Now with one communication antenna, it was operational till today. But in future, the amount of throughput, if you have seen the polar satellites are giving downlinking, the station at Antarctica, though there is a visibility, the acquired data has to be transferred back to our hub at Sharnagar. So the transfer also uses a geosynchronous satellite, as you see. See, from the LEO, you acquire the data, but the data has to be transferred in order to get the processed data, and then the product's dissemination happens from Sharnagar. So the transfer needs bandwidth also. So now presently we are operating with a C-band antenna. As you know, the C-band is having very, very less bandwidth. So amount of transponders also we are not having because it is globally used and there are so many business things in that. So for want of more bandwidth, we are now migrating the communication antenna to a Ka band. So very soon, in a couple of years, we are going to have a bandwidth of about 1500 or 3 Gbps bandwidth from Antarctica to Sharnagar, so that the data acquired over there can be quickly transferred and then processed. So this is the kind of migration and then the developments. Now coming to where are we? See, till today what are we doing? I have already given you a glimpse of it. Now coming to the emerging trends in the LEO satellite operations. If you see you have already seen that OneWeb and then the Starlink kind of satellites. They are using a low Earth orbiting satellites for the communication. But the same communication satellites are capable of imaging also. So in future, the kind of data requirements are like you want the data now and then it has to be an information, not even data. So the kind of demands they are putting on the satellite operators or the satellite owners, we have to migrate to managing a constellation of satellites, and within that ground resources available. So these kind of demands are putting into more and more downlink capabilities and more bandwidth. So we are now expanding the ground station complexity is going to be so much that with one station you can't do. And then the station also should do multiple tasks. So you can't have a S-band PTC one station and then the payload data reception another station. So we are going to have a combined multitasking station so that the ground resources are effectively and efficiently utilized. So this is the kind of multi-frequency capabilities which is having multitasking also. So this is going to be the future architecture of the ground station. And then as I already told, having one station at polar at the equatorial region is not sufficient, whereas it requires minimum three stations for the kind of data throughputs which you have already seen. So in future it is going to be more than 4 Gbps, and then that kind of real-time data acquisition processing happen means we have to depend on the network of ground stations. So we have already established the ground station at Antarctica, and then Svalbard also we are taking services. Very soon we are going to have our own station at North Pole also. And then in the equatorial region also, there are so many collaborations in the G2G mode as well as commercial mode, so that more ground stations are available to manage this kind of higher throughput station satellites. So now what is that kind of the inside the ground station also, there is an emerging need for miniaturization. See, you cannot have a bigger antenna and make it more complex, and then such that having a bigger antenna needs most of capital cost is very, very high. So you have to minimize the cost, because multiple stations at multiple locations also will do a bigger antenna at single place. So we are now moving towards the miniaturization of the ground stations. So the technology is now such a way that everything, the data is also managed using the cloud storage and cloud computing techniques, so that the data need not be transported from one place to other place, but wherever is the processor processing system, they can make use of the data wherever it is there in the globe. So that is the kind of technology. So with all these things, we are moving towards the development of technologies, and so far we have already developed some technologies, and here I would like to make a special mention that we have already expertise in the SX band antennas, and with the kind of expertise over 25 to more than 2 decades, we have developed the technologies, and then we have delivered and installed about more than 15 antennas across the globe. Not only in India, even from outside countries, third world or developing countries, and US and other countries also, we have established our facilities. Our technology is there in their ground stations. So that is how the technologies which are already there, we are ready to offer to the industry. Some are already delivered, and now coming to the SX Carband. This is a new upcoming technology which we have recently accomplished, but lot of brainstorming and then the technology discussions and then collaborations with academicians, academic institutions like IIST. So in the initial stages, see the tri-band antenna we started, 2018 we have imported an antenna, but that was a very huge cost, and then we thought that we have our own technology and expertise for SX, why don't we take up the tri-band also? So with that kind of thing, we had really very good discussions, and then we made use of the expertise in IIST also, and then the technology is now today we are in a position to develop the technology and practically make it realize the technology, and then today it is coming up. So very soon we will give a official release about that, and that also is going to be the there for the industry to come up. So then the digital antenna control system also, this is the latest we have given to the MOES, Ministry of Earth Sciences ground station at Inquise, Hyderabad. This is our technology with our antenna and digital technology, and this is the high speed data ingest hardware. This is a high speed data acquisition hardware which is having FPGA based technology, and which actually acquires the data in the real time with the capability of handling 2 Gbps in the card, in one card. So this is earlier it was only about 480 Mbps. With that, Cartosat 3 kind of satellite which is already downlinking 2.88 Gbps. So we achieved the capability, and now more requirement is there, and industry is coming forward to take these technologies from us. So coming into some details, because here all the fraternity is an RF and microwave, I thought we will get into the recent accomplishments, what we have done for the SX feed. So in SX feed also, earlier it was a multi-element feed array, but we have now adapted from 4-element feed array to 5-element feed array, where the central element is a horn. All the peripheral elements are individual elements which are managed for the single channel monopulse signal generation. So this is the kind of technology, and I'm again I'm happy and glad that one of the students from the IIST MTech, he is actually an employee of NRSA. We sponsored him for an MTech course, and he and another person who is already now PhD student, they both have come together and developed this technology. So this is a very good thing, and now today we have made it operational at 4 ground stations already. Since 2019 to today, there are 4 stations which are operational with this technology. And then coming to our now latest and then which is more sought after, because now with the kind of ground station requirements I have already shown you, the world is looking towards multi-frequency capabilities of a ground station antenna. So this is going to be a very highly demanded product, and now NRSC is getting ready to evaluate this. Now this is already installed at Nagar, and we are in the initial phase of testing. So once it is made operational, we are going to transfer the technology for this one. So then, what are the challenges? See, why we had to take 4 or 5 years for developing the technology within India? Because this is the first, I am telling you, I am very proud to say that ISRO is the first one to develop a tri-band antenna, which is going to be an operationally utilized. So it's not just ending with a research or innovation, but we have made it as a reality now. So this is the technology which is now going to be a commercially very highly sought after. So this kind of challenges thrown for the higher AA band system are achieving stringent pointing and tracking accuracies. As you know, the X band beam width for a 7.5 meter antenna is only 0.28 degrees beam width, 3 degree beam width, whereas for a KA band it is 0.1 degree. So achieving, we have to be within the beam width in order to acquire the satellite signal and maximum signal strength if you want to capture in line of sight communication. So with the amount of accuracies it is demanding is 0.02 degrees. So today I am proud to say that we have achieved about 11 and 12 millidegree means 0.01 millidegree accuracy. That technology is readily available. So this is the kind of, we are on par, or even I can say that, I'm proud to say that we are on par with an imported system and better than also. So that is the kind of expertise which we have, and all of you should see that yes, everything is possible with our own thing once you get into that and then take it as a challenge. So these were challenges once upon a time. Now we are able to manage these challenges. So now coming towards our roadmap. So now what is going to be there, and we have already actually sown the seeds for this kind of developments in the fields of ground station. That is, one is an antenna reflector technology. All the present reflectors are now aluminum reflectors. But when we have seen that aluminum reflectors have not been very good for the KA band and high frequency applications, there is a thermal effects and then there are some surface accuracy related effects. Then we have to mitigate that. Those things means the material used for antenna also has to be very innovatively. We have to make use of the materials. So one of the promising characteristics of CFR, that is carbon reinforced plastic, which we have already initiated and now it is in full swing. For a smaller antenna we are attempting now. So in this also we wanted we were actually interacting with our VSSC facility, CMSC, that is they have the structures and materials components thing facility, and even I want even IIST to come forward and then make use of these things kind of technologies. We can collaborate and then bring out a very good product, which is also a very highly demanded product. Then coming to the antenna control servo systems. See the present accuracy, how we have achieved 0.01 degrees, it is not just for the previous technology. We have moved to an adaptive control techniques. So these adaptive control techniques we have adopted such that online, after that system, how the system is having the demand for acceleration or the velocity, it is in situ. We are going to adopt the system, make the system adopt and then control the system in such a way. So that is also another achievement. And then multi-band phased array antenna, which I am going to give you more details. Already our sister institution ISTAT has started, but they are utilizing it for the S-band PTC. We are going to have it for X-band and KA band also. Once we are successful with X-band, we can use it. There are several advantages having a phased array antenna compared to a conventional antenna. As you know, I will come into the details of that in the next coming slides. And then there are some timing related updates and all. We are taking into those into technologies also into our fold. And then already we have achieved the high speed data acquisition part throughput of 3 Gbps, and tomorrow for the NISAR the 4 Gbps is a demand. So that also now we have already proven the laboratory bench testing completed, and the practical system will come, and then for NISAR we are going to deploy that part. So the next generation hardware also is going to manage the high data rate capabilities. So coming to the CSRP, actually as I already told, there are several advantages of using a CSRP: high modular strength and low coefficient of thermal expansion, and how actually we have made an extensive study of this material, aluminium versus carbon fiber, and how the thermal effects are going to be serious for a K-band application. So that also I can just show it as a case study. Then reduction in complexity of servo drive, because having a lighter antenna means the lighter load on the servo or drive systems. So those things are also going to be make the system very simple. So this is the phased array antenna. See the conventional antenna, if you see the huge structure, the civil structure has to be made so strong that it will meet the natural resonant frequency for the tracking capabilities. So natural resonant frequency of a structure is interrelated to the servo control loop bandwidth, as you may be knowing. So the loop bandwidth is suppose if I have a loop bandwidth of 5 Hz, the structure, the servo system loop bandwidth is 5 Hz or the thing, then the structure needs to be resistant for a 7 Hz vibration. So the 7 Hz vibration structure is going to be a very structurally complex civil structure. So to avoid those kind of things, we have to migrate to a lighter and lighter antenna loads. So how can you achieve the lighter antenna? By using the semiconductor technology or the phased array. It is nothing but the antenna elements. Now what you are seeing there, it is synthesized, the reflector is synthesized in a small board of, you can say that 10 inch by 10 inch. So you are etching the properties of the antenna, realizing each dipole on an etched board, and then a phased array is an electronically steerable. You don't have to mechanically move it, you only have to control the elements. Each element, if you control, the beam can be pointed in that direction. And also the advantage for ground station antenna what we are proposing is, at a time you can track more than one satellite. See, one antenna is there means only one satellite can be tracked. But whereas with the kind of phased array techniques, you can generate 4 or 6, maximum capability of 6 beams. 6 beams means 6 targets you can track. So that is the kind of accomplishment or the advantage with the force. See, here I have shown, for example, 4 independent beams. Similarly, you can maximum capability today exists for 6. For the same kind of, if you want to simulate a 7.2 meter antenna, you can even do it with 4 arrays in the single edge. See, this is the kind of geodesic beam. It is going to be a dome. Actually, single dome. You see the sectors. Each sector is you can operate it in an independent way. So that's how the technology is going to be. And just to have a feel of it, I just shown you. And then we have another IT solutions also. In the computing way also, we have improved the automation techniques and unified, because today we are now moving to a station centric architecture to network centric architecture. So for that also a lot of automation and innovation has happened, and we are using AML techniques and for intelligent systems, such that everything what happens and the kind of automation we have is already good, but we want to improve upon. So I think time is running short, and these are all the techniques and then the details of the techniques. So if you are interested, I think you can refer to that. It is there. So I will stop it for want of paucity of time. So I think you have now got a glimpse of it. See how we are going to disseminate the data using the cloud structure, cloud infrastructure also. I just brought for your today. So now you all have to now make use of these things what I have projected here. So come out with your innovative ideas, collaborate with NRC and ISRO, and then bring it into an actionable product. Now which is having a very high demand globally, not only in India. So now our Prime Minister's idea is you should not be self-sufficient. Now you should be in a position to supply to the whole world. And now one more problem I want to pose is, today we have a huge shortage of hardware, and the supply chain is seriously and severely affected post-COVID and post-Ukraine war. So see, we have to develop the IT. Anyway, we are already having the IT, IP and all. We are #1 in the IT exports. But for the kind of hardware also, fabrication, we have to develop in India. So the institutions like IISTs and IITs should nurture and bring out the students such that they form the startup companies, and then ISRO is already open to startup, and many young minds are coming forward, and they have demonstrated also, as you are already seen, the Dhruva space and the Sky route, they are now getting into the launch rate. Similarly, I want you to take up these problems and then make use of your whatever knowledge acquired into giving into the society or the nation your knowledge to be useful to even India and development of the nation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I thank all of you for patiently listening.
Thank you, madam. It was very encouraging talk. Big data is delivered to you. You can explore, extract, and research on that. So there one problem, one innovation problem she already put. Now the data is delivered, or the disaster warning is less than 1 hour. You make it into 5 minutes. So in one question, It is open to you. You ask one or two questions quickly. Okay, now you can discuss during lunch, after lunch, or even after this seminar also you can discuss. Now next talk is from Professor Jalil Akhtar, sir. As all of you, in the introduction itself, our chief guest told, Jalil Akhtar is a real innovator and inventor. He is a technical legend and a motivating leader. I request all of you to listen and learn from Professor Jalil Akhtar. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good. So, thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction. Okay. So, wish you a good afternoon. And before I start, I would like to thank the host, our friends, Dr. Chinmay and Dr. Manoj, who have tried to organize such a nice event. And of course, I would like to, my talk will be quite generic to motivate the young students who are there. Before doing this, I would like to also, welcome you all, especially our Dr. Ghinamurthy Rashtra, who have been there, and all the other speakers. So, as you have, heard all over, there are many applications, and this workshop is about, multi-societies workshop. That also makes sense, because as of today, if you really want to apply any research to any real application, it can't be done by a single individual or a single expert. And that's the reason why the whole world is moving toward multidisciplinary research. And this is one part of this, that what we call different societies coming together and look for some kind of application. For example, if you know that today microwaves, data science, electromagnetics, antennas, they all are joined together. One of the good examples is that if you are in IEEE, there are two societies related to microwaves, microwave techniques and antenna propagation. And if you are aware, last year we organized one workshop, one international conference called MapCon. It's the first of its kind in the whole world, that there are two societies, the major society, microwave TV technique, MPT and AP, they converged together to organize an international workshop, which was, sort of conference which was widely recognized. Second edition, of course, will be in Ahmedabad. So before I start, I would again ask all of you to be part of this. We have still time, few more days to submit papers. The idea is that if you go to a conference, it's not only about to listen. It's also about to interact and to know the people, discuss with them, and so on. Okay, so my talk today will be about RF sensor and microimaging techniques, which is a general topic. So I would try to okay, fine. So what I was saying is that the whole idea was that we are using electromagnetic theory, microwaves and antennas to develop some application. This is very important, because if you are undergraduate student in the BTech year, when you are first exposed to electromagnetic course in the second year, usually what happens is that you just try to learn that it's a course which you have to pass in part of the curriculum. You have many equations and you learn them and you pass the exam. But many of you are not aware that as of today, any application, whether it's your mobile phone, wireless network, Wi-Fi, cellular phone, Bluetooth, all the things, they work in the RF and microwave frequency band, which are band of electromagnetic activity. That means whatever you learn in your early classes in electromagnetics, they are real application. They are not only the theoretical concept which you learn here to pass the exam. That's very important for you to conceptualize, because then only you can move forward and then only you can appreciate the work of what we call the microwave electromagnetic activity. So my work today is mostly focused on what we call RF sensors and microwave imaging. When I talk of RF sensors, it means that we are trying to use electromagnetic sensors or electromagnetic signals in the microwave frequency range, 1 gigahertz to let's say few 40 gigahertz. We use this information to gather the data, to gather think about the object. So sensors will develop a device which can sense some properties. And when I go one step further on imaging, then I would say that I use this RF signal which is being gathered from a device under test to obtain image about the object. So what I am saying is that, thank you. So RF sensor is something which we can call a physical device. Our interest is what we have what we call the dielectric properties or electromagnetic properties. It could be real and imaginary. So as of now, just imagine that we are trying to focus on what we call these properties, and we use microwave devices to extract them. And okay, so without going to detail, let me try to say in very simple words that in the microwave range, there is no way by which you can directly go and measure the properties of material or media. So you have to have some object and some device. In this case, we are saying that we have some physical device. The conventional device, if you see, they were, for example, you do in your courses, the waveguide and the coaxial. Now we are using what we call the fully device which is fully planar, which we also will come to that what we call metamaterial sensors. We come to afterwards. But our focus will be that how we can use the simple planar device based on microstrip or SIW to sense an object, and also how they can use for imaging. This is something that I will try to focus today. And a general concept is that you can sense in a wide frequency band, which is called non-resonant, or you can also focus on a small band, which is narrow band, and both have their advantage and drawbacks. So why do you need this? So I just go in very simple background. So if you design today any of the MICs, including antenna, you have a substrate. You have to know their dielectric properties. Usually it is given by the manufacturer. But in some case, if you are really trying to go for accurate design, you should try to measure them, and that can only be done using the given frequency. Applications which we see here, like strict application. For example, if you design some material to absorb incoming wave, so that like the radar is not able to detect your target, called strict. And for this, you can design some composites or what we call nano composites. And if you really want to design them, you should be able to know are they giving some dielectric losses, and you should know the dielectric properties. Microwave oven, many of them have used. If you want to know whether a particular thing can be heated using microwaves, you should know the dielectric loss, and that again you have to estimate. For moisture content, as there was something called what we call the moisture in anything, including your food products, including, for example, like the soil, everywhere you can apply. And as of today, it's microwave are supposed to be a very good technique to sense moisture in any media or material using non-invasive or non-touching approach. That's one of the very good applications of the microwaves. For imaging, you can use it for biomedical application to distinguish various tissues, various kind of, because they are soft tissues. And the main idea here is that if you have a sick tissue, they have different properties than the normal tissue. So by using this, if you differentiate the two, you can image basically the biomedical tissues using the microwaves. As it was sort of mentioned about the milk. So we have used this RF method to detect, for example, the milk contamination. I will show you later on. Idea is simple, that because now as of today, there are many milk which are, they are the artificial milk. And the technique which is being used, they cannot be used, so we use microwave to detect them. I'll come to it in a moment. And then we use what we call the imaging of this, subsurface imaging of the structures. And finally, the whole essence is that we use skirting measurement. We process them and you try to use the data in order to get the object. So the steps, if you see there, you have a forward model, you know how you can correlate the properties with the measurement data, and then you have a way to how to measure. You have a signal to what we call how is can the data can be processed. And afterwards, if you do all the steps together, then actually you can try to know that yes, this is something what you can know or what you can obtain. So I just say very briefly, these two are the techniques which are available commercially: rectangular waveguide and the coaxial probe. But they both are, if you see, they are non-planar. They are heavy, they are bulky. Now the way is that can we make it fully planar, and from where we start? This is something like the first of the sensor which we developed here, which is wideband based on coplanar sensor. It can be used for both liquids and solids. So this is, you can see there. So it can be used for example to test the material. Also, if you use something like milk, as you can see here, as you can see, the top figure, you have sort of container where you put something like milk and you can find out the properties, and this you can contaminate, you can distinguish what we call both the simple milk and the adulterated milk. This is something like, you can also apply a technique, simple way that you do the measurement and then you take the data and then you simulate this and you apply some AI technique to get it fully GUI. That's something that also we have done, and that's a very good way that you save time. And you combine artificial neural network or AI with the RF technique. We also, microstrip is one of the technique in the planar one. What is what called SIW? They are, sort of the planar form of the waveguide. We use, as of today, there is no commercial way where you can use SIW to detect, to what we call test materials. We were one of the first groups, who developed a fully planar SIW technique. Like you can see there, all the three, like the line through and short, and then we have a DUT there. So this is something like fully customized, and they have been used to test materials using SIW. This is something like what we have tested. So this is a very good way that without going to metallic waveguide, you can use the same technique. You know that they are having advantage over because they got wideband as compared to microstrip. That's the advantage. Now, our main focus is what we call resonance sensors, because they are highly sensitive. Sensitive in the sense is that, let's take one example. I want to detect the milk adulteration. It's not difficult if you say whether the water or adulterant is 20% or 30%. Well, say it comes to, I want to detect whether it is even below 10%. That becomes a challenge. Now, in the microwave technique, what we do is that we observe the skirting parameter. In this case, if the material is resonant, you will see the resonant frequency and the quality factor. Now, the whole thing will evolve about, let's say, if someone gives you mixes 5% water in milk. Now, is it possible to distinguish them? That depends on the fact that are we able to have a sensor which can give the change in the resonant frequency with such a small change in what we call the dielectric constant. That means, if you think in this way, that input parameter is your dielectric constant. So, for example, if you change epsilon from 1 to 2, are we able to get enough shift in the dielectric or resonant frequency? That's the basis of all resonance sensors. They are more sensitive than what we call non-resonant, although they are narrow band, but the advantage would be that they are what we call more sensitive in the sense that they are able to show a small change in the parameter in terms of the what we call measurement. That's why they are very popular. Just like the procedure that how we can have what we call the cavity, we have the resonant frequency, so there are two parameters, resonant frequency and quality factor. One can is the store energy, other can give the losses. Our main thing here is that the resonant frequency is related to what we call the real part, and the imaginary part related to Q factor because they are related to losses. So that's the basis of the whole thing, the whole cavity method. If you start with the basic thing, the planar technology, start with what we call the simple ring resonator, which you can see here on the top, on the left hand side. This is a very simple way that if you have a half a wavelength long resonator, you can make in planar form. The only problem is that this is somewhat size is larger at high frequency. And so what is the alternative is that if you see here, the right hand side, what you call split ring resonator. So there is one split there at the mouse. There is a split on the top. The moment you make a split, SRR and it's part of the metamaterial, what we can call. That's why we call them sensor and metamaterial inspired sensors, because if you use a split ring resonator SRR or complementary SRR, GSRR, they are the basic building blocks of metamaterial, and the advantage of using them for sensing is, number one, they are practically small, size become compact, and number two, what is more important from our point of view is that from application point of view, they are giving high sensitivity. That means that if you take any sensor as compared to them, these sensors based on SRR or SSR, which are metamaterial inspired sensors, they will give you very high shift in the resonant frequency with a very small change in what we call the input parameter, like I mentioned about the milk and water. That's why they have been adopted now and they've been explored all over the world for these applications. So if you just see the metamaterial, I don't want to go, but what I would focus on, that there are two parts. One thing is you can have sensors to extract the property of the wideband. That's not our goal. Our goal is that we use this metamaterial as a one particular unit cell, and then I want to use them to find out what we call the natural property material, or option R usually in MIWA. That means we are focused on what we call the second approach, which you can see there, the last column. So start with simple thing. This is what it means, that we are using this to find out parameter of different objects. So we start with simple way. If you need a split ring resonator, of course you can have single ring, you can have double ring, what we call dual ring SNR. Again, if you go into the basics, what happens is that if you make two ring out of one, it appears that the size become compact, because for the same physical size, the frequency shift toward left. And that's why if you see in the literature, most of the time you will see dual ring SNR for these applications. That's the practical part. This is from where it starts. So if you see there, and again there are two parts. SRR means split ring resonator. What we do is that you have a microstrip and you design a resonator on the top of it. On the other hand, if you remember the field of the microstrip line, the field goes from top to bottom. So, and if you are trying to design any element on the top of microstrip, like if you see here, so this, you look at this what we call the microstrip line, the top one you will have. Do you have any other point there? Huh? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So if you see there, what you can show, that on the bottom side you have an element. This is called complementary, is because they are dielectric thing where you have metallic patches, and there because of this. If you have any dielectric material put on the top of this material, you will see that there is a lot of change or big change in the resonant frequency by a small change in what we call the dielectric properties. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so what I was saying is that if you look at this microstrip line, this is the bottom ground plane, top metallic patch. If you look at the field, magnetic field are all around, electric field goes from top to bottom. That's why if you want to test any dielectric material, it makes sense to put at the bottom ground plane, because there you have the maximum dielectric field concentration. And that's why you see that this is the shape, and again you can change the shape. There are two shapes, rectangular and circular. And why we have two shapes? If you look at the example, you can see there that, look at this cup. This is our major thing, that if you change epsilon means the material you put on the sensor. If you put from, let's say, 1 to 2, these two cups, the upper one is from circular, lower is from the rectangular. Now this is a higher slope. It means that for enough change in the epsilon r from 1 to 2, you will observe big change in the delta F shift in the frequency. And that's why the reason why if you have circular shape besar, it gives you better result as compared to the rectangular one. That's the basis of this whole thing, and this is what we call the sensitivity. That means the change in epsilon r, F at the epsilon r. And if you use that concept, you can again, for example, simulate them, and you can see that the field is here maximum in the region. That's why you want to put sample there, because this is usually any sensor you design, you want to ensure that your test specimen is specified with coupled with the maximum electric field. And that's why we focus on the region where the field is maximum. This is just the focus one of this. And this is, you can see that the field goes from top to bottom. The maximum field is here. So if you have anything on this region, you will be able to see a big change on that aspect. And so that you want to have the maximum coupling of this. So if you look at this just, to students, if you want to analyze or visualize, this is the top microstrip line, they are the inductances, and because you have a ground plane and microstrip, there is a capacitance between the top and the bottom ground plane, and this is what we have LCR, they represent your resonator, which is your CSRR, and in this case, the capacitor which you see here, if you load a capacitor, the dielectric, you change the capacitance. So that's the basis of this, that you can explain using a simple equivalent circuit, that if I put any material on the sensor, you are changing the capacitance, the change the resonance frequency, and that you can record. This is something actually what it means. So this is like you can derive the equation. I'm not going there. What is important here to see that if you do everything by recording the resonance frequency and the Q factor, I can calculate real part and imaginary part. There's something very versatile thing which is being used, and this is something what we can always use for many applications. So this is just like how we have made. This is the top part, the bottom part. On the bottom you have CSRR, and this you put a sample there on the top, and you can see the shift using the VNA, and this you can see there that the shift is able to find out what we call the dielectric properties. That's direct application of these sensors. You can just also test here that for different samples, they are exact as compared to the other methods. Now, one thing, if you are a student, what you can do is, you can always try to design different structure of what we call resonator, so that you are able to have maximum sensitivity. For example, in this case, if you see there, they are like IDC and Mendel line. This will give you high dielectric properties. This will give you high what we call the electric property or the magnetic properties. So that means you can design your sensor in different applications as per your requirement. This is again, what is other thing that we have done practically, that there is one thing called glycol. If you want to know if it is pure glycol or something mixed up, you can use the same sensor. You can know, for example, like in this case, when you take simple silicon and then you try to use the different materials, like you first catch the sensor, measurement and simulation, and then you try to use different methods. So for example, they are mineral oil, thing which people mix up. So if you use mineral oils, you can see the change. That means by this you can try to see that if there is some contamination, you can detect it. Same way, you can have the curves. This is castor oil. This is similar. I won't go in detail. What it means is that you can find out that whether this is your glycol or it is not medical glycol. Other thing is, One problem with the microwave method is that if you have very high thing like water or blood, they have very high dielectric constant. They can't be used simply for the measurement because you have big shift. You need to control the amount, and for this very technique is what we call the PDMS based. You can see there that you design PDMS like this, the whole method is there, and then you control the amount. If you do this, then it's like you are trying to mimic the veins of your body, and that's why they're being suitable for biomedical applications. And if you do that, then you can also detect, for example, like we have used this to detect glucose in blood, and you can emulate blood like water because they have similar properties, and you can mimic your sugar with some glucose solution. That's something like what you can do, and this is something what you can see. This is more practical. This is just like how you can visualize this in different applications. So again, I think I don't have much time. So what you can also make the flexible. Concept is the same, but you can have different application depending upon what you want to do. What I will try to do, yes, this is again, for glucose monitoring, this is one of the very things that people have tried for diabetic patients. The concept is that you can use glucose thing like to mimic the normal diabetic patient, and you can use blood or even blood serum is also available. This we have used as the base material. So if you use that, you can see there that again, this is sort of new thing. You can see it being designed, which is very highly focused. And if you use that, so what is important here to again control the amount of this? Again, you use what we call there a simple layer which can be control the amount. And actually, you can see this what we see here liquid glycol and the glucose syrup. They are something similar to being used for diabetic patient. That's why it was selected to see are we able to apply for real application, and then that's why you can see there is a big change in this, which we can be recorded. Same equations, what you can see there. One thing what we also have explored, yes, so that you can use it for example, glucose, the gas monitoring. This is again a very good example. The concept is simple, that if you use simple ion device, you can because they are not sensitive to gases. What we have done, use any carbon-based nanomaterial, you put them on the sensor. These carbon material, they are actually sensitive to gases. And if you do that, and you can see the step-by-step manner, if you use carbon nanotube materials on this what we call layers, then they can react with the gases. And so you can see that if you now expose them to the environment, in a controlled environment, different gases will give you different levels of change. That's an application of what we call the IF sensors for other humanitarian applications. This is the whole device what you can see here. Again, you can also use it for the wideband, make it tunable by using some vector diode. This is shown there that you can have for different frequency range. Other applications that you have explored, that if you want to use a patient IV line, this is SIW, you have see a slot. If suppose you see this one, this is again a big problem that people, if you have been able to the hospital, they put you a syringe and they watch it. If there is any water bubble, this is a big problem. Because then everyone has to come and monitor. We'll explore whether you can use it, and the idea is simple that if you allow this pipe to go through this SIW sensor, if there is any water bubble, you will get a shift, and this alarm can be made automated, so that without any human intervention, it can be made controlled. That was the aim of this kind of experiment. This again, the milk one which we are talking about. This is like the sensor which is designed for very high quality milk adjustments. So there, it was milk was even we produce artificial milk, and we see that you can see here that if you change a synthetic milk in the pure milk, there is change in the shift, and that is something like one can try to explore. And this is being used because the other method, lactometer, they are not now that effective, because the problem is that they are saying that smart people have been able to fool the machine. That's the way what we have got from the comment from them. Lastly, I just sent you one more application of the sensor side imaging. So till now we are just trying to focus on the materials. If suppose I want to do something behind the scene, like imaging is usually vast field. What we are trying to do is that if you use this sensor for near field imaging, is it possible? And that is something that I would like to show you here. So it's just like you can differentiate different sensors based on their properties, And what we have tried that this sensor which we have designed, we just measure at the surface. So I'll just show you the application, I mean the real device. So you know what this is, so this is the same sensor you can see. Now what we do is that you take any, this is like a, a structure. Suppose there is some defect at the center. Put a tape, you scan all around. So idea is that without looking at the actual defect, if you scan over this sensor, I can know where is the defect. So for example, this is something like, what the process is that you have done, that you have three cases we have observed, dielectric and dielectric, you have meta in dielectric, for example, something, and this is like put a tape, so that it is invisible from the top. And now if you scan over the whole area, I can see that which point or which region you have something which is defect in terms of metal or the dielectric. And it's something like, if you can see there, that this is the first one, that you have different dielectric property, and we can see the image without even knowing the actual values. The other thing you can see there, that you have a meta in dielectric, again I can see the contrast. So in the whole thing here is that by subsurface imaging using this sensor without much of the effort, I can use them to image the object what lies behind the scene, what we call subsurface imaging, or also even what we call through the wire imaging. That is something, and that can be done using these sensors, which are very simple, very fast also. So that is something what we are trying to do, and it's the test structure. This again, you have seen that if you use circular one, they give you better result. They are the same with the circular and rectangle. So I think I will stop here, and thank you very much. We don't have much time, so if you have any questions, I will help you to answer.
Thank you, sir. So, any questions you can ask later, as per Professor's convenience. Now I request Professor Y.V. Krishnamurthy to hand over a memento to Professor Jalil Akhtar.
Thank you, Dr. Apten TJ, for chairing this session. Now I request Professor Y.V. Krishnamurthy to kindly hand over the memento to the session chair. Thank you, sir. Now we will have lunch break. So since we are running out of time, our lunch break is limited to half an hour. I request all participants and everyone to come back by 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay.
We actually took chicken. We're about to take chicken.
I thought maybe there might only be one chicken sandwich. Utilize. Go with this same plate for round of sweets. No, different. No. There is no connect.
What's that?
That is the best dish from the whole. We are going to any Bengali function. We have best chicken, best fish. If you are going to order at microwave or CS any kind, they will be looking like that. You will always have fish and chicken. And I'm 110% sure that this year MapCon is going to be happening in Hyderabad. We'll definitely have these dishes in the menu, although it is Hyderabad. What is the meaning of your name?
Right?
See, I have very less information in my life regarding my names. I have 3 sisters. One of which is my own mother and mother's from production house, and 2 are cousins. My younger sister name is Anjani. Anjani means mother of Hanuman.
Anjali is also mother of Hanuman.
That's what I was asking.
The meaning gives something. Lastly, we have
eldest sister name is Anjali. And I get the last one. Miss Aditi. I have very less innovation in names. This is all Aditya, engineer.
My elder sister is my son.
Aina sounds like Christian or
शुक्ला एक अपलम लेके आना.
Whatever you are saying, no, that is
जो बातें कर रहे हैं ना वो बोलने जा रही है
टेंशन मत ले, एक ही जना दिख रहा है तो ज़्यादा नहीं. बोलना ये क्या कर रहे हैं, अच्छा है ना, बोलना.
As we are running short of time, we will resume the talk within 5 minutes. Thank you. I request everyone to please come to the hall. We are going to start the program soon. Within 2 minutes, we are going to resume the talk. I request everyone to please come to the hall. Thank you.
Or else we can put some chairs.
Some chairs.
What chairs can be?
We do the plastic chair.
Yeah.
Same.
I'll send the photo just now.
Share it in the IPS advanced. Four.
I'm trying to see the one that you are seeing.
Now we will have a quick photo session. I request everyone to please come forward for the photo session. I request everyone to please come forward for the photo session. Everyone please come forward.
Some more can come over here.
കുറച്ച് ഫ്രണ്ട് പെടുന്നില്ലേ അപ്പുറത്ത്
So I think it's okay now. Yes, yes.
So, next we are going to the next session of the technical talks. This session will be chaired by Dr. Chinmay Saha, Associate Professor, IIST Trivandrum. Over to you, sir.
Just settle down. I know some of you are still enjoying the dessert. Please do that, no problem. If you want to take little more, you can do, no problem. But we'll start the session. Our next speaker is Professor Ashik Paul. He's from Institute of Radio Physics and Electronics, University of Calcutta. My association is with him when he was young faculty and I was completing my master's. He is involved with a lot of research and development activities along with the teaching. He's current head of the department also. For the radio science and URSI community, he doesn't require any introduction. He is known for the global community. But it's my duty to read his short bio. Professor Paul joined the Institute of Radio Physics and Electronics, University of Calcutta in 2002. He became a professor in 2014 and is presently the head of the Department of Radio Physics and Electronics, University of Calcutta. His research interest was in the field of space weather impact on satellite-based communication navigation systems and radar. He has more than 150 publications in journals and conference and has guided more than 10 PhD students. He has successfully completed a number of research projects funded by ISRO, DST, US Air Force Research Lab, and International Space Science Institute. He is a life member of American Geophysical Union and European Geoscience Union, individual member of the International Union of Radio Science, and a member of IEEE. As I said, he is very well known for his technical contribution, and I sincerely believe we are going to have a very interactive and enjoyable session. Professor Paul, please.
Good afternoon. At the onset, I would like to thank the organizers of this workshop, IEEE Kerala section, along with the different societies and chapters which are involved. It was about 4 years back, I think, that I had been to IIST in another program, and at that time also I had spoken about some of the systems which are operational. Some of them are active radio signal receiving systems, some are passive. So today I will try to put forward in a nutshell, because of time constraints of course, some of the potential capabilities of the systems that we have and how the student community, they could actually engage themselves with these facilities. The data has to be shared and the experiments have to be conducted, because some of these systems are in the framework of a national facility. So they are supposed to be available and open access to all academicians, researchers and students across the country. So without much further ado, let me proceed. Just a few brief things about our department. This was established way back in 1949 by Professor Shishir Kumar Mitra. This is one of the photographs I could get from one of the URSI General Assembly that was held way back in 1952, along with his illustrious student, Dr. A.P. Mitra, who later on became the Director General of CSIR. The credit of Professor Shishir Mitra is not only in the establishment of our department, but it dates back even earlier, when in the 1920s, middle of 1920s, he started performing some active atmospheric probing systems from Calcutta. In those days, we did not have the off-the-shelf instruments, so everything that one wants to do had to be assembled. And it was around that time in 1935, just before the Second World War, when he first put forward the idea that the radars, other than for the purpose of defense, could also be used for atmospheric research purpose. And his contribution to the ionosphere or upper atmospheric research is well known to the community. And his book, The Upper Atmosphere, although it was written around the 1950s, that is still considered a very relevant document for the students, young students who are just getting initiated into the subject. As I was telling you that when he started the operations, around 1953, a field station was established, and that was about 50 kilometers northeast of Kolkata. It had to be in a location where the radio frequency interference would be low. And there, he put forward one of the first manual active ionospheric sounding systems. That means it was an instrument which could transmit pulse with very high power and get it reflected back from some ionized layers in the atmosphere from which we could understand about their properties. And the data from that, I have also looked into it. That is available also for that time. You have to remember we are talking about the 1950s, 60s and 70s. So the data from that period is available at this SPIDER, the Space Physics Interactive Data Resource website of NGDC. Now, for the young students, I think I have put forward a few slides that we know that any signal that we could transmit or receive from the surface of the Earth has to be in either of these two transparent regions in the atmosphere. The rest of the atmosphere is opaque across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. And as we could see right over here, that the radio window, which extends from roughly about, in terms of wavelength, about 1 centimeter to 10 meter in wavelength, then that is the more broader section of the transparent region. The optical window, that is much narrower. And of course, we know that the optical window has been in use by humans and birds and animals for guiding them from one place to another on the surface of the Earth by looking at the celestial objects. And that has been done for millions of years. But it was only around 1609 when Galileo first pointed his telescope towards the Earth that we had an experimental evidence of its existence. In comparison, the radio window is of much recent origin. I should say it was only around the early 1930s when a radio engineer, he was not a great physicist, Karl Jansky, he first came up with proof of the fact that there does exist some transparent region in the electromagnetic spectrum through which you can receive signals. He did it for receiving signals from the center of the Milky Way galaxy. But that applies to any kind of radio signals which are situated above the atmosphere. It could be from artificial satellites or any other sources. And then, talking about satellites, it is indeed very surprising that around 1945, it was a British science fiction author, Arthur C. Clarke, who first put forward the idea that we could put together different artificial objects in space which could be used as relays. And we have to remember that the first successful human launch of artificial satellites happened only around 1957 with Sputnik 1. So in 1945, 12 years even before that, when most of us had not even been born or not even dreamt, our forefathers have not even dreamt of this kind of a possibility, Arthur C. Clarke, he had put forward this, at that time, outrageous idea that you could put objects in space which could be used. Later on, of course, it went on to become, a very successful Hollywood movie. So, some of our students ask that, sir, why do we need to know about all these in an ECE course, in an Electronics and Communication Engineering course? What relevance does it have? The answer to that lies in the fact that the medium through which these radio signals propagate, they introduce different kinds of perturbations on the signal. And those perturbations, they could be described as, first of all, sometimes they are intense. That means if you are talking about the amplitude of the received signal, they could show fluctuations with having a high peak-to-peak value. They could be fast. That means the number of such fluctuations per unit time could be high. And most dangerous, they are random. That means you do not know now, almost at 2:30 p.m. today, that whether that will happen after 1 hour, this evening, later tonight, tomorrow, or when. So that's the most dangerous part. And the problem with radio systems is that each of them have got a dynamic lock loop of the PLL, the phase lock loop. So when the fluctuations introduced by these naturally occurring phenomena, these are naturally occurring, it's not man-made or artificial. So when they exceed the dynamic lock-in range, then the receivers tend to lose lock of the signal, and as a result, if you are using that for some kind of perhaps navigation or communication purpose, it could often lead to situations which are disruptive, and at the same time it could be like, for example, often life-threatening. So presently we are hosting a number of instruments. As I was telling you, that it ranges from the HF range. It's a radar, it's a high power, fully active phased array radar which has recently been set up. It has a peak power of 950 kilowatt. Along with that, we have a number of global navigation satellite system receivers because we are a part of the joint US and Taiwan satellite mission named Cosmic 2. One of the ground stations is in our department. In addition, we are also a part of the international one network named CINDA of the US Air Force Research Laboratory. And it was around 2016 when we also have started operation of this tri-band Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System receiving with the support from SAT, the Space Application Center. So, in a nutshell, these are the operational frequencies that we are presently tracking or transmitting, the corresponding wavelengths. And later this year, sometime around December, we are also, there are plans to have some more receivers with the collaboration with German Aerospace Center. So, this is the location of the Cosmic Station, as I was telling you, GNSS ground monitoring stations, and this is the IRNSS receiver, the Referent Indian Regional Navigation Communication Navigation Satellite Systems, which has primary service area around India and also a secondary service area somewhere in Australia. Now, this is the radar that we have. It consists of 475 number of transmitter receiver modules. So I have one slide. Let me just quickly go through that. And let me skip all these things that I had plans to show. In fact, this was, one of the last cases when we had, some civilian aircraft over the Swedish airspace. They disappeared because of some kind of very high intensity solar storms which occurred. So all these, they do affect the system. And now that we are planning for deep space missions, Indian Space Research Organizations as well. So all those satellites, this space-based architecture, they are highly sensitive material and they have to be protected against those high intensity radiation. So this is more or less the location of the radar and a Google image of that. So this is a short video that I have.
University of Calcutta is setting up a Stratosphere Troposphere (ST) radar facility operating at 53 MHz frequency at Ionosphere Field Station IFS, Hurrindhata of the university. This facility is fully funded by the Science and Engineering Research Board (SERB), Government of India. This is the first such radar in an Indian university and the only such system around 50 MHz in the entire eastern and northeastern India and Southeast Asian longitude sector. This facility is being developed as a national facility to be available to all academicians and researchers across the country and outside. There will be provision of remote access to this facility when it becomes functional. This radar could be used for disaster management, pollution studies, flight planning, missile launch, space shuttle support, etc.
This is actually a pilot version of the radar which we had first started out with. So just going through the video, you can understand that this was made by actually some of our students who hired some drones and they made this video. So it does not have at present the professional touch that is usually found in those videos, but we are in the process of upgrading that. So as was mentioned that this is the first such radar to be set up in an Indian university. The other two are at SHAR and at the National Atmospheric Research Laboratory, both under the Department of Space. So, along with this uniqueness, there also comes some additional features like it is having like 475 3-element yearly antennas, and you could have electronic beam steering up to an off-zenith angle of about 30 degrees. And it could provide you in one of the modes information up to 20 kilometers from the surface of the Earth with a high resolution of about 50 meters. And it has got 25 channels, the receiving system. That is also a first in India. But along with that comes the huge technology challenge for data throughput and storage of the receiver as well. In fact, more recently, we have also seen that it could go and receive signals, echoes, from heights even much higher than that. As you can see over here, going up to almost 90 to 95 kilometers. So that's a mesosphere, as it's known as. And finally, in one of the other modes of operation, you could get information from this radar from heights as high as almost 1,000 kilometers, which is known as the ionosphere, as you could see from these plots of SNR against the blue background, which suggests the ambient noise. So over here on this particular day, last October, you could see that it is going even up to heights of about 700 kilometers or so. So this radar has got high capability, and along with that, we are also using the various other satellite signal receiving systems, which are passive in the sense that they are only receiving the signals, they are not transmitting anything. And the IRNSS constellation, as of now, it has got some geostationary and some geosynchronous satellites as well. And we are also tracking those signals and observing these fluctuations. Okay, this was what I was mentioning, that if you have a perfectly quiet signal and suddenly something crops up, then the receiver often fails to lose or track the signal and lose lock of it, thereby resulting, nowadays there are options that SDRs are being used, which will have adaptive bandwidth of the PLL. So, we have also done some coordinated observations this year as well, and as Professor Krishnamurthy was mentioning earlier in the morning, that this kind of a radar has got a huge potential for severe weather monitoring. That region around the northern part of Bay of Bengal, that is subject to sometimes very severe cyclones and thunderstorms, which are popularly known as Kal Boishakhi in that part of the country. And in 2020, May 2020, at the peak of the lockdown, we were fortunate enough that one of our engineers, he got stuck and could not go back to his home in Andhra Pradesh. So in a sense, we were opportunist enough and utilized him for recording the effects of that cyclone Amphan, and that even today is perhaps the only radar information available for the cyclone Amphan. And we have got some beautiful images of the impact that we had. This radar could also be used for passive mode radar astronomy. In fact, the Department of Astronomy, Astrophysics and Space Engineering at IIT Indore, they are using this for the purpose of tracking different kinds of celestial sources. And in fact, one of our students, he also got the best paper award at the recently held meeting of the Astronomical Society of India. So presently we are looking ahead, and we have a number of different departments of the university involved, and the basic idea is to develop some mathematical, statistical and machine learning based model in order to provide that as an input perhaps to the National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting, who actually have some dearth of information from this region around the northern part of Bay of Bengal. So we are in the process of some discussion with the Ministry of Earth Sciences so as to include this, our data in that. There have been some information available in the national as well as the regional newspapers. And we had also earlier conducted one brainstorming meeting just before the COVID, and a number of different institutions from across the country, they had come up with different kinds of ideas. And these pollution studies, because it is the pollutants from the industrial region which gets spread, and the information of that could be obtained from how high is the vertical wind velocity at a particular time. So that could help you to create some kind of a map of the pollutants at a particular time of the day. So there are different scopes that we are exploring at present, and being in an university, we have the option of different kinds of lateral and related departments also coming into the picture and influencing the development of the science here. We have a dedicated website, custr.org, and it is more or less periodically updated. In order to have some footprint on the social media, we also have a YouTube channel. If you just go to YouTube and type CUST Radar, you will find details of all the programs that have been conducted along with their videos. And finally, I leave you with this information that December 14 to 16, we are organizing one international conference, the 8th International Conference on Computers and Devices for Communication. And Chinmoy and the others like Dr. J.Y. Siddiqui, they are planning to have some special sessions in that. So the deadline for paper submission is 31st August. So I would encourage you to submit papers and participate in this particular conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Paul. It was a very nice, informative, and also motivating, because a lot of scopes are there for universities and premier institutions to collaborate. So maybe one or two quick questions, if you have. Okay, we are also no short of time, so then you can network and discuss during the tea break. Thank you, Professor Paul. So now we have another talk, which is radio architecture and mixing for 5G, 6G wireless communication by Dr. Sukomal De from IIT Palakkad. I'll briefly introduce Dr. De. He's very well known. He's young but already very well known due to his contributions in different areas. So Dr. De obtained PhD degree with distinction from Center of Applied Research in Electronics, IIT Delhi in 2015. From August 2015 to July 2016, he worked as a project scientist in Industrial Research and Development Center of IIT Delhi. During the same period, he also worked on a collaborative research project supported by Synergy Microwave Corporation, USA. From August 2016 to June 2018, he worked as a postdoctoral research fellow in Radio Frequency Microwave Lab, that is National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. June 2018 to June 2023, he served as an assistant professor And since June 2023, he is working as an associate professor at Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Palakkad. He is a senior member of IEEE and fellow of IIT India. He has authored and co-authored more than 140 research papers, 2 state-of-the-art books, 2 book chapters, and holds 6 patents. His research interest includes applied electromagnetics, microwave integrated circuits, including antennas. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you, Professor Chinmay, for the kind introductions, and very good afternoon to all of you. Okay, so after lunch, I think you are a bit tired or you may be feeling sleepy. I think thanks to Professor Ashish Pal for his motivating talk. So you are energized, so I can take that advantage. So with this, my topic, you can see that intentionally I keep my topic something like that. Okay, so you can see the title of my topic. It is on the radio architectures and mixing for 5G and 6G communications. So initially in the morning we had talk on the antennas by Dr. Uma Devi. After that you listened on the RF sensors applications from Professor Jalil Akhtar. And after that the signal processing perspective of the RF from Professor Paul. And this particular talk, I'll try my level best to give you something from the system perspective. Such systems is available in your mobile phone, such system is available in your laptop, or maybe same system is available when you to launch the satellite to the moon. Okay, so as you can see that this is this is my institution, so it is still growing in the construction space. So some of the photographs you can see it. So it is most of the buildings are coming up now, which is full of greenery and other thing. And this was established in the year of 2015, and then we are running. So now with this, I will move to my outline of this talk. So I believe that for every talk, outline is very important so that you will get to know whatever I am going to talk about. Okay. So now the outline is as such that initially we will be discussing on the RF radio frequency architectures. So there are multiple architectures that you might have studied in your communications course also, right? Heterodyne receiver, super heterodyne receiver, okay? And I will also show you some of the basics, okay? There are multiple students, so initially I will start the talk with the basic things and then little bit of an advanced thing, okay? So, and finally everything will be applicable to the communications as an example of 5G and 6G, okay? Now, followed by, so whenever we are talking about the 5G or 6G, so say for an example, if you consider the 1G or maybe 2G, that point in time, everything we are actually running for the data. Okay, data with much more improved versions of data rate that comes with some bandwidth. Okay, and we have to download some of the things very as much as possible. I mean, as early as possible or as quick as possible. So that is the kind of motivations. Because of that, everything is populated to the improvement of the data bandwidth and other thing, right? So now with this, the first thing that the main important thing for any communication standard is the speed. Okay, so now speed is one thing, then the latency is one thing, then the channel capacity is one thing, then obviously the system bandwidth, synchronizations, and ultimately what kind of algorithm you are using. So all these things are playing a very important role. Followed by, so now whenever you are using some kind of any communication system, you know that either you are doing some frequency divisions multiplexing or time division multiplexing. So such things are being used. After that, so there are such things like whenever you are sending some information or generating some information, what you are basically generating some kind of a signal. Signal, whenever you are transmitting from an antenna, it looks like a beam, right? And that beam, that is basically defines the quality of your signal by looking at the beam patterns. Say for an example, you are simply designing an antenna. You look the beam pattern, what could be the directivity of the antenna. You need more directive antenna so that the beam will be much more sharper, so that upper beam width can be reduced. All such things are related, right? So now with that, so the main thing that comes under the play, that is nothing but the theorem that is basically dealing with the channel capacity, data rate and everything, right? And you are aware of this particular equation, that is the Shannon's theorem, capacity is equal to bandwidth logarithmic of SNR, okay? So these equations plays a very important role in current day also, and this equation is keep on revising based on the system complexity, right? So now, coming back to this era of the 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G, whatever, and now the 7G will also come up. So now the point to be noted here is that, as I said, the few important terms that you should not miss out. That is term like, say for an example, data rate, say for an example, the frequency allocations. See, as we are from India, you have to much more clear about the perspective of the bandwidth allocations or the frequency allocations. You should not work on, say for an example, you are making an antenna or an amplifier. You should see that in terms of Indian scenario, what could be the applicable frequency, right? So you should take that frequency for that applications and make your circuit. That should be the motivations. Now, the point to be noted here is that irrespective of you are doing it, important thing is to know the applications. Applications in the sense that if I am making an antenna or if I am making an amplifier, where it is to be used. So for that, you should know a block diagram. You should have some idea from the system perspective, right? So now, if we talk about the system perspective, the first system, so the basically like it's called double conversions, super heterodyne transmitter architecture. So now you know that for whenever we are talking about a transceiver model, there is a transmitter and there is a receiver, right? So in a transmitter, there are some components. In a receiver, there are some components. What are the difference between these two from the system level? The system level difference is basically coming from whether you are modulating the signal or you are demodulating the signal. Based on that, you are making your circuit in such arrangement. In one side, you are using power amplifier. In one side, you are using a low noise amplifier, right? So based on that, if you look at the transmitter and receiver model of this particular thing, please note this is named it as double conversion super heterodyne receiver. Now, why this term super heterodyne receiver? That you might have started long back, that yes, we are using multiple mixing stages, right? So now, if you look at these two diagrams, the first one is showing you the transmitter model. In a transmitter, whenever you are transmitting the signal, the main important part is playing by the power amplifier, okay? So the power amplifier plays a very important role. If you come back to the receiver model, that is nothing but the low noise amplifier. These are the two primary things and these are the differences. In one case you are doing modulations, in one case you are doing demodulations. In addition, now if you look at one more architecture like single conversion super heterodyne transmitter and receiver separately. So now if you look at this here also the same thing, but the point here is that here, what is this? This is basically if you are doing some FIR, I and Q is what? One is in phase signal, one is quadrature phase signal. You are sending it to them. And continuously there is some kind of a NCO. What is NCO? NCO is nothing but numerically controlled oscillator. It is exactly identical to the fixed frequency synthesizer. Okay? So basically what happens, so whenever you are doing the mixing, RF is coming from the straight path, right? You have to always generate the carrier signal. How are you generating the carrier signal? You are basically generating the carrier signal from a local oscillator. Now, as you are using multiple mixing stages, you are continuously changing the local frequency. I mean the local oscillator frequency. Who will do that? Your frequency synthesizer will do that. So that should be one of the very important circuits that is play a very important role in this kind of communication system. So now, in the next stage, the system that was generated, that is called ZIF. It means that, is it possible, because in a communication system, there is also called a IF stage, right? So now, IF stage, if we can remove that IF stage, is it possible to improve the quality of the system? I'm not going into the details of it. So yes, indeed it is possible. Where you are doing the same thing, it is basically showing you the transmitter part of it. So it is basically doing the same thing, but somehow it is nullifying the effect of the IF to some extent. Okay? Coming back, again some thought came up that whether is it possible to make it something like some architecture that is called DRF architecture. DRF architecture means it is like a more like a direct modulations and demodulations. So it means that your ADC and DAC both will take care of the sampling and the generations of the IF frequency. Okay, so that is the very well known and current nowadays the state of the art method that is to be used. Now, in this particular system, whatever I am showing it in a system level or subsystem level, whatever you see, the more important thing is that there you can see multiple units, multiple circuits are there, whether it is an oscillator, amplifier, or something like a mixer. For this particular talk, I have chosen the mixer. First of all, what is mixer? Mixer is something which is continuously mixing two signals. What are these two signals? One is message signal, one is carrier signals. So now, whenever I am doing that, what is radio mixing? The radio mixing is something like that, which is continuously multiplying these two signals. You can see that, you can read all these lines by yourself. So now let me explain to you. So you are sending the RF signal, you are sending the carrier signal, you are multiplying them together. Now, based on whether you are in the transmitting side, whether you are in the receiving side, you are basically making F1 plus of F2 or F1 minus of F2. Right? That signal is, after that it belongs to the IF signal. In a sense that if you are basically in the receiving side. Okay? So that is the operation is continuously doing. Now the important point, so up till now you have some idea that why we are making such system or making such circuit. Because we need it for our modulations and demodulation purpose. Correct? Why I have chosen the mixer? One more important point is that mixer is common for whether you are in the transmitter side or you are in the receiver side, right? So in addition to the filter, mixer is one of the point. Now, the point to be noted here is that whenever you are multiplying these two signals, you are getting lots of unwanted signals. If you look at these, all these signals are very, very unwanted in nature. You only need F1 minus of F2, say for an example. But there are some mixer non-idealities are coming up. How they are coming up? So now if you look at these, so the mixer non-idealities are basically having, say for an example, one is called the spurious response that you all know. Then one is basically coming from the noise figure. Then the port-to-port isolations. What is that? One of the important parameters is the conversion loss. What is conversion loss? Available RF input power with respect to the available IF output power. In some of the book, you may find it as a conversion gain or conversion efficiency also. So this is one of the parameters. Second parameter, as you all know, the noise figure of the system. Next parameter is called port-to-port isolations. It's very, very important thing. See, mixer is a 3-port device where you are dealing with 3 signals, RF, LO and IF. It has to be RF and LO should be properly isolated. Similarly, LF to IF should be properly isolated. If not, what will happen? Some of the unwanted signal will go there and affect on your low noise amplifier non-linearity. So all these things plays a very important role. These are very, very important parameters if you are designing a mixer. After that, linearity. It's a very, very important thing because your system is inherently a non-linear system. So the linearity means whenever you are talking about the linearity, it is basically you are talking about the 1 dB compression point where your gain, this plot is, if you are comparing between input to output, it is basically how when it is saturated. I mean, you have to take 1 dB down and that would be 1 dB compression point. Next, one of the very important figure of merit of the mixer is third order intercept point. What is that? Third order intercept point is basically you have to take the slope of 1 dB, slope of 3 dB. These two guys will meet at some fictitious point. You cannot measure it because it is a function of your input power. You are continuously changing the input power. Okay, so it will meet at some fictitious point and depends whether you take this point with respect to input or you will take this point with respect to the output. It depends on what kind of devices you are using. Okay, so that is all about the non-linearity. Now, coming back to the linearity, then what are the different types of mixer? You might have studied all these things, so I'm just revising it. So the one type of mixer is called the single diode mixer, where you use one diode and do the mixing. Next type of the mixer is the single balance mixer. This is a very important topology and widely used. There is a simple coupler, 2 diodes are connected together, and after that, just to get rid of the the higher order modes or higher order harmonics, you use a low pass filter. After that, second topology is also a very important topology, image reject mixer. Then double balance mixer. After that, sub-harmonically pumped mixer. I'm not going to the details of it. You will get everything in the R.E. Collin book. Now, one of the other topology of the mixer is called the Gilbert cell mixer. It is basically used the CMOS process, and it is very, very good mixer up till now. Okay? So these are the 6 primarily types of mixer that are being used. After that, this is a simple comparison table where you can see multiple mixers and what are the advantages. If you look at the double balance mixer, they are using number of diodes of 4, but the standing wave ratio is basically a bit poor, but the other things are very good. So now if you look at this 180 degree balance mixer, 90 degree and 180 degree is just a difference between the what kind of coupler you are using. Okay. So now with this, let me move to the next part. So now I'll be a little bit fast with the interest of time. So now you know the different types of mixer. Now if you stand in the today's scenario where we are actually looking forward to get some multi-band and multi-mode system. So multi-mode depends on the what kind of communications mode you will be using. Multi-band is important. Okay, so I need a mixer, give me a mixer that can be tunable, or give me an amplifier that can be tunable. If needed, I can use other frequency also. So all such things are there. Because of that, we have taken this simple topology of the single balance mixer. What we did, we make coupler and low pass filter tunable. And our target is to, so if you look at the conventional double section coupler, it is something like that. After that, we tuned it from 868 megahertz to 2.4 gigahertz, and that is basically it comes under the ISM band of applications. And after doing that, then we proposed one coupler topology where multiple diodes are being used, and we had seen by changing the bias voltages, we are getting the coupler response, and also the low pass filter is also designed. And after that, this is the image of the low pass filter where this diode is being used, and whether to get this, we concentrate at 2.4 gigahertz, and this is the response. After that, we made the entire circuits on simulations, and you can see that particular whether it is a coupler or it is a filter, both the cases it can be tunable and multiple frequency can be tracked till up to 2.4 gigahertz. Once it is done, then I would see the mixing, how it is being mixing is done, and so whenever you are taking the LO frequency, that is local oscillator frequency of 1.6 gigahertz, and this is for 1 gigahertz, keeping the RF frequency same. These are the multiple mixings. Now this is the conversions efficiency. I'm not going into the details of it. So we are it is still in the revision stage. We are trying to improve the quality of the system. After that, the last thing that I would like to tell you is that the last phase, I will take 3 to 4 minutes more. So now the point here is that everybody knows this system. This is a vector signal generator. So it is nothing but it is, everybody used it. Now what is there inside this system? This is something, you have some circuit like this, right? Multiple mixing stages. In these circuits, one of the important point to be noted here is this kind of thing. The mixer, those are basically, they are in the close to the processing stage. The digital processing stage. That stage is very important. And why? Because that stage is basically using a very, very low frequency signal. Now imagine if you are making this you cannot make these things using a conventional printed circuit board technology. Why? Because frequency is too lesser, it is megahertz range, or sometimes it is kilohertz range. So if I make it on the printed circuit board with the conventional topology, my circuit size will be too big. And at the same time, I would like to reduce the circuit size. What could be the solutions for it? Probably the solutions for it would be you have to take the help of CMOS compatible process. So now what could be the process? For that, you need to have some kind of a down conversions mechanism where you need to first make the oscillator. So now I'm not going into the details of it. You know the oscillators, where it follows the Barkhausen criteria, and then it has to follow the Lasson's formulas also. So where the phase noise is inversely proportional to the square of the quality factor, and then we used this kind of methodology where you have the amplifier which is being developed with the TSMC process, and then 180 nanometer, and 350 nanometers, and then the resonator is made by the micro machining process. So now this is the resonators, this is the amplifier, and finally oscillator is working at megahertz range, 9.5 megahertz range. After that, this is the filter, you can see. So this is something like a filtering actions it is happening. You can see this is the two resonators connected with some kind of a mechanical coupler, they call it. And then with the help of that, some kind of a filtering action is possible. And now what we are doing it, basically if you look at this is the filter, but we would like to make it something like that. Mixer and filter both are operational together. I mean, after the mixer, what is there? There is a low pass filter. Okay, so now as we need one more pad for the biasing of these two resonators, we thought that okay, why can't we use this path for one more port? Like we defined it like this is RF, this is LO, and this is IF, and somehow we can change this name mixer plus filter, in short mix ladder. Okay, so the advantage of this, so you can see that, and this is the conversion loss of the mixer of this particular case, and this is the RF-LO, all the isolations. And finally, the advantage of this, we are basically adding mixer and filter together. So it's basically, it will improve the system noise figure. Okay, we are reducing one of the components. And that can also be done close to the digital processing stage, where you need the miniaturizations. With this, then the conclusions over here, we have discussed about the different radio frequency architectures, where such systems will be useful. You know the multiple different types of receiver model, transmitter model. After that, you also know the radio mixing, what are the different types of mixings are available. Then you know that how one can design a tunable mixer for multi-band operations. After that, we also discussed about the RF down conversions mechanism, where mixer and oscillator both are on chip and you are doing the mixing. And finally, these are the references, and I would like to thank my funding agency and also my postdoctoral supervisor, Professor Lee, where I learned all these concepts from NTHU Taiwan, and my students. So thank you very much, and I would like to thank IIST Trivandrum first of all, and after that my special thanks goes to Dr. Chinmay Saha and Dr. B.S. Manoj, professors of Department of Avionics, for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts and deeds with you all. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Another fantastic talk. So we can have one or two quick queries, if you have. Okay, that means you made a very good job. Everything is very clear. Thank you. Okay, anyway, you feel free to interact with him during the break. So we have the next session, right?
So we are going to have the next session. Next session will be chaired by Dr. Remington Nathan. He is a former principal from College of Engineering, Trivandrum. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Katha. The next talk is by Professor Dr. Jitin Krishnan, who works as a senior scientist at Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology. He has several patents to his credit. He has just come. So my primary duty is to introduce him to the august audience. He is an engineer, research and development engineer at Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Science and Technology, Trivandrum, for the past few years. He is a very active member of IEEE Kerala section. Volunteered at several times as key person in organizing conferences right from the RICE, recent advances in computation systems, when I was one of the publication chairs way back in 2011. I will invite Dr. Jitin Krishnan to present his paper, Medical Electronics and Related Systems. Over to Jitin Krishnan.
Good afternoon all. Thanks Dr. Evan sir for the very good introduction of mine. So I was just in a hurry actually, I was in a different meeting, I just came out here. Good afternoon all. Again, great thanks to my colleagues in IEEE, Dr. Chinmay Saha, Dr. Manoj sir, and for inviting me out this very august audience and conference. So I'll just present on a different aspect of microwave, RF and wireless. So just from this first slide, it's not an intro slide. So have you seen this device, anybody? So there's a device called a deep brain stimulator. Anybody heard of that? Okay. So DBS or deep brain stimulator is a device mainly meant for people having very chronic level of movement disorders. Mainly Parkinson's, dystonia, dyskinesia, that kind of movement disorders. So that's a very hard truth that the people will be having a very very low level of lifestyle when you have this disease. You can see in the small GIF video, you can see that how a person is behaving erratically when he has this symptom. And the other thing, how he cannot walk actually. But with this device implanted and working mode, the person's lifestyle changes dramatically. So that is called a boon device of century. And technically speaking, the device is more like an alien structure. So we implant a device inside human body. We take wire through just like a blood body wire through human body. Take the wires to brain. We puncture two holes in the brain. We insert two electrodes into deep areas of brain, and we stimulate that areas of brain with some currents and voltages, so that we suspect that the pathophysiology associated with that area in brain is appearing or making the device, making the person to have this disease. So this is the main crux behind the device. So and the bottom left side you can see the architecture of the same device. So we have a patient programmer, technician programmer, an EIU, and implanted pulse generator. So as I said earlier, the device is completely implantable inside human body, and it works on its own. This is controlled by a device from outside world. There are two devices to control. One, the patient will be having a small program with him, like a mobile phone based programmer, and the clinician will be having the doctor who is doing the operation having a different programmer. So both can communicate with the device through wireless technology. So mainly we use Bluetooth here or small RF technology, low frequency RF, to communicate with the device on one side. And second side, this is a device in what generates electric signals to the brain or shocks the brain, means it has a active nature, means it has a battery inside. A battery inside the device is keeping in the human body, means it has to serve for more than 10 years, and that means the device has a battery, it's a rechargeable battery, just like a mobile phone. That we charge through wireless technology, wireless charging technology. So you can just imagine a device just being plugged to your brain, literally plugged to your brain, having a wireless access control to two persons, and a wireless charging or charging. Okay. So that's the area I'm working on fine. So this is the device, and you can see the wireless charging the right side, and the middle side is the two programmers, which connects the device wirelessly to the human body. So you're always prone to actually all negative aspects of wireless communication, like EMC, EMI, then RF issues, then SAR values, so many things. So I'll just take you through how will you handle the interference of things between medical IoT devices. I just took an example of small device like DBS. Likewise, we have so many devices like LVAD. Almost all kind of implantable medical devices work on the same thing only, wireless charging and wireless communications. So I'll just take, so that's a graphic case. That's the graphics. So this is the agenda we're taking on. So we have a medical electronic situation right now. We just take you through the situation. So what is the history of wireless medical devices and FDA concerns or regulatory concerns. So recent events in regulatory standards. What is RF coexistence? That's the main topic we're discussing here. And how is RF coexistence testing performed and ensuring repeatedly during medical device testings. So coming to sensor and RF technology and consumer-driven innovations and all, right now the medical device industry has developed that much area where we have access to all kind of implantable medical devices and wearable medical devices working on IoT, and now a new term has gone to IoMT, Internet of Medical Devices or medical things. So other than the conventional RF technologies and RF concepts or wireless concepts we use in antenna design and everything, so we have to adopt or adapt these conventional RF antenna, wireless, microwave, these kind of technologies to medical side. So before that we were using mobile phones, radio, TVs and all. When coming to medical device side, so we have different aspect. So how we deal with the regulatory aspects, what is the control we have in medical devices, like there was a recent movie just released some 2-3 years before where we hacked a pacemaker. So things have happened past. Things have happened in past. In 1996 also we have the same situation. A pacemaker has been hacked by a wireless technology device, and very recently so many devices in the market have been recalled due to this the threat of hacking into the systems, like breach in security protocols and all, like infusion pumps, then defibrillators, pacemakers. So whenever a device or medical device is work on this 2.4 GHz frequency or in normal MICS band, medical implantable conventional standard bands, work on an environment which contains a lot of RF interference. So there we have to look for RF power systems. So this is just for examples. What are the things we have currently extensively being used for medical devices in wireless, utilizing RF and wireless technology in biometrics or in wireless sensors or in almost all medical device scenarios, maybe in hypertension monitoring, fibrillation, medical insulin pump systems, everywhere. So more than we use our toothbrush and all, we use mobile phones right now. So what is the effect of mobile phones in your systems which have in your body which have some systems implanted, like a pacemaker, an insulin pump, or a LVAD, or a DBS system, or a neurostimulator kind of devices. So there are so many studies happening. We'll just take you through a small glimpse of that. And why this is important means normally for a medical device development, not like a normal device development or a normal technology development, a phone like that. So a device prototyping typically takes something around 12 months, maybe 1 year. If you are that much intelligent, you have big manpower and manpower, maybe you can complete a medical device prototyping in 12 months time. And feasibility testing in lab means you take another 1 to 2 years. And use case validation in field, it may take another 2 years. So then it's talking about the Indian regulatory standards. We have an Indian regulatory system called CDSCO, Central Drug Standards and Control Organization, which mandates what are testings to be done on medical device or what are testings to be carried out when during the medical device. So independent clinical validation means a doctor has to clinically validate that will take 1 year, and total may take around 5 years. So you know in 5 years time how much R&D advancement we are making. So the current medical devices that are available to you are the products which were being proposed 5 years back, normally in India. So they are not up to the current technologically advanced states. Whatever medical devices are available in the utmost or high-end hospitals or very big hospitals which are new or you are can access to are literally 5 years old technology. Because it took 5 years, almost it's a minimum period of time, you see. So it may take 5 to 7 years or 10 years. So it will be a big high-risk device, class D medical device, take 10 years. So technology is not reaching the medical device industry that fast. So the things actually, just for example, if you are having a pacemaker implanted in 2001 in India or in Kerala, if I say, so hardly 1 in 1,000 people or 1 out of 10,000 people have a mobile phone. And if you take in 2006, means the technology was that was primitive. If you take into a 6 means you have at least 101 people have mobile phones. Into 10 means it's 15 1. Now 20 means everybody has mobile phone. But technology was 5 years later, earlier one. Means the amount of radiation or SAR or the electric fields we are situating right now is very high than a device of 5-year-old age can tolerate. So this is a wireless qualification criteria from FDA. So FDA is Federal Drugs Agency and from USA. So they are the pioneer most agency in the world which regulates medical devices. So in India also, in India and other parts of country in the world, like European Union, Health Canada or Brazil and ISA, we take reference from FDA only, because they are the first one to introduce all kind of standards in the medical domain. So these things came to picture really very lately. So the work began in 2007 and they issued the first guidance in 2013 and updated in 2017 and 2012. 22, sorry. So we have very latent documents of that. So coming to the FDA standards, we have other standards like AMI's, American Association of Medical Instrumentation, then ANSI's, American Instrumentation. So they also started producing standards in reference with the FDA standards. So now they have a clear-cut standard definition for how to make wireless coexistence happen possible for a medical device to work with a clear environment right now. Because when you've taken an event of ICU management or a hospital management, or you have just a trauma care management, almost all devices are wireless right now. And typically from your SpO2 meters or your patient monitors or your normal other kind of monitors, everything is wireless. So when you are introduced, because that devices doesn't need a 5-year approval. So we classify medical devices class A, B, C and D depending on the risk and all. So class A device means no risk at all, and class B device means high risk at all. Like a patient, like your pacemakers, defibrillators, which are things goes in your body is a high risk device. So normally for patient monitors, SpO2 monitors, stethoscopes, that kind of things, that class A devices doesn't need that much of lead time, that can be put in market in 1 year time. So that means that you have a class A or class B medical devices at to reach the new technology, and you have a class B medical device or a class C medical device which is having a 5-year-old technology, at the same time working in a same environment which is much more technically sophisticated for a class D or C medical device to tolerate, basically. So that's what happens right now in everywhere. Even if you go to medical college ICUs or go to high-end ICUs now, everybody, the radiation level or the RF resistance level is very higher, so that almost the malfunctioning of pacemakers like devices, which rely on the wireless system setups to communicate or to work with, and is being very fatal right now. So we have instances from different parts of world and different parts of country. So it means we have in India we have a system called adverse event reporting for medical devices. Based on this adverse event reporting only, we recall the medical devices. We issue notices to companies, who manufacture devices to recall the device from the market if some adverse events are being reported very consistently. And in last 5-6 years, we have been seeing so many recalls for medical devices. For medical devices that are being imported, mainly imported medical devices like pacemakers or defibrillators, implantable defibrillators or implanted insulin pumps and all. The reason is because in India we are very low in, we are very far behind in technology of medical wireless technology, and we are using very old effective shielding mechanisms in hospital beings and hospitals and all, like ECG labs, EEG labs, very old things like copper shielding, copper flooring, then EMS shielding like fluxing and all, very old technologies. So, but the new devices which are working on working or importing from other countries are very high frequency devices. Even with the simulation devices, we are currently working with 10 GHz band or 100 GHz band right now. So these devices are not that much tolerant to the very high levels of electromagnetic radiation or EMC prevalent in our country's labs. So we are having malfunction reported in almost all kind of medical devices being imported right now. So that's why this coexistence is being very important. So we go for RF coexistence testing for all medical devices being made mandatory by the Indian Medical Devices Regulatory Act 2017. So coexistence means it's the ability of a device to perform or maintain its functional wireless performance. So both impact device and coaxial and nearby devices. Basically, you can see different radio modulation formats like in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth both operate at 2.4 GHz. What will happen to the device? Or what is the effect of the wireless activity on the other device? What are technologies we most of like we have some checksums, we have different frequency bands, we have MSS bands different. So in the way they perform in a real environment inside human body is different. So this is the logical layer and physical layer where we do with the risk-based evaluation of test methods, how to mitigate the risk of actual levels and all, how to medically orient these device formats and all. And this is about the coefficient testing. So you know that this is a 7-layer TCP, OCP, TCA, OCP layer things and all. So where earlier side for a normal medical device, we just need to look off the physical domain only, where is the free RF modulation, frequency levels and all. But when comparing to medical device, we have to go to other logical domains also. So it means how the end-to-end correction, like session connectivity, everything is very critical for a medical device. So the interference actually covers more than physical layer nowadays. And these are 3 dependent factors of coexistence. So we have frequency, space, and range and time. So these are the conditions we needed for RF coexistence testing. So we need adequate frequency spacing. So separate distances to ensure the SNRs. Then overall low occupancy in wireless channels. So these are the frequency bands. So these are some recommendations by the committees and all, where we can use different kinds of heterogeneous networks to employ adaptive frequency hopping so that they won't interfere much. And there's a space about almost all kind of devices use a single space, and where we put our Wi-Fi client device. There's no time. So what times what will be operating like that? So 40% of the 50% time in the white space, because there'll be not normal key. And we can employ like CSM and CDs from there. So this is how we test the RF coexistence based on IEEE 6727 wireless distance evaluation protocol standards and all. So we do a test plan development and testing, and then how to provide the analysis and test results, and analysis of uncertainties. So class 7 is actually the guidance document for providing all kind of testing documents to coexistence testing, and class 7 is the document which we provide to the regulatory bodies and all. And this is the UT, or we got the conductor wire testing and all. So we take spectrum monitors, splitters, couplers and all, with the ranges and all, we do the testing. Mainly meant for MIMOs and all, multiple databases. This is actually the most repeatable devices, but the least realistic, because we need to have all these kind of setups for a single device. So when to change the device also, we need to change all setups and all. But this is the most repeatable one for a single device, but for if you are using different devices to test in a single environment, this is a little more time to do this. Then we use the chamber method, a hybrid processing model, where you use shield analytic chambers with the variable attenuators to make the interference spectrum interference data, and use the spectrum monitors. We also use NFP data mounting here. This is again a ready analytic method for same device, for a medical device specifically. Again, this is again for a ready open lab test method, where we doesn't need any shield mechanisms and all. We can use in the open lab method. This is again with the standard ANSI standard 6327, where we have some EUT companion EUT, and we have some test signals in our RF side. So when we test a medical device in an environment where we are suspected to IR interferences like tube lights or LED lights and all, we can use this type of test experience very easily. So this is the main requirement of conformity document of 21 CFR, where we maintain a device history file or design history file with every medical device, how we are doing the testings related to, more conformities related to wireless systems and all, and coexistence. So every device right nowadays comes with the data, how the wireless coexistence of data has been achieved for all medical devices, and these medical devices are deployed in that areas where the coexistence parameters have been taken care of. So this is a very broad topic. So if at all time gets, I will just explain to each and every topic how each and every point of data entry or data output or the frequency range determinations are being taken or carried out or being addressed by wireless coexistence standards and all. So that's all for my part. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Krishnan, for the very informative session on medical devices and the standards followed and things thereon. Now it's all open for questions. If you have questions, please shoot down. We will try to answer one or two questions because of the limited time available. We are already running short of time. Yeah.
So, I'll just speak up. So, as we know, right now we are moving towards 5G, and there are debates that these frequencies can affect us in many ways. Maybe due to, like, they may interfere with our brain or some kind of thing. But right now you are trying to implement the same thing inside the brain, bringing in nodes and passing the electricity, then having a battery inside and charging it wirelessly, or I don't know how many times, what frequency of charging you need. Like you told, it will be
Once in
like
3 days.
once in 3 days. So I am inserting a node inside me and charging it once in 3 days.
We will not insert, just place it here.
Okay, so how will it affect? You told like there are technologies which need 5 years just to get passed from the boards, and right now we are implementing some RF kind of thing inside the body. How will it get to the floors where people can use it very frequently?
No, the device which I showed, like DBS is being, which is a device which is in the market from late 2000s. So in 2002 only FDA cleared the first implantation of FDA DBS for essential tremor, like this kind of diseases. So then all the time periods of time, so technology has developed so much. Right now, this DBS is being prescribed for then movement disorders, Parkinson's disorder, dyslexia, OCD, then anxiety, then so many things, addiction, so many things they have been approved right now. And wireless charging means we have taken so much of test data on that. So we'll be keeping a coil inside the device, in pulse generator. It's a small coil there, and we have a small another coil, the antenna part in our hand. So for all 3 days, we have to take this antenna part here and place it here for at least 40 to 55 minutes, so that the battery gets charged to something around 80% or 90%. The battery is something around 200 to 250 mAh battery, which can provide some 3 days of, or 5 days, maximum 5 days of electrical charge stimulation. So comparing to the benefits, like the trade-off actually. I mean, the benefits you get from a device like this, so the side effects like a small radiation or a like other things can be
Okay, so another question is, you told that the whole setup will last like around 10 years and needs to be replaced after that. So does it also affect the life expectancy of the patient which is using it? Can we have 2 or 3 rounds of the same devices like for 3 decades?
No, it won't go up to 3 decades, because the diseases we are catering to for these kind of devices now, they are progressive in nature. It means this is not a cure for the device disease. This only alleviates or improves the symptoms of device. Just like when you have fever, you take paracetamol, you got your fever off. Means you still have the disease inside you. You're just fooling your brain that you don't have any fever. Just like that, here what we do is, like, if I go deep biology, so there are some neurons inside the brain, deep brain, where it produces something called dopamine. So if the dopamine is the main factor for your movement coordination, whatever movement you do now, the coordination is coming with the dopamine only. So when that neurons degenerates, like they are being killed by some reason we don't know, only God knows. So like we have 100 numbers, so the next year we have 80 numbers. Then the amount of dopamine produces very less. That affects your movement coordination. Then you have these kind of symptoms. So what we do is actually using some electrical charge insertion, we are stimulating the neurons there, which are healthy there, to produce more dopamine, so that the dopamine levels are being balanced. But the next year also we lose some dopamine, the neurons. So the disease is kind of progressive, and to 10 years or 12 years after that, you won't be having any effect with this device also. Typically for the brain devices.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So since we are running out of time, we don't have a tea break. Tea will be served inside the hall. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The next is on opportunities and challenges in 66th generation satellite integration. Speaker is Professor D.S. Manoj. He is a senior member of IEEE. Received his PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai in 2004. He was an assistant research scientist and a lecturer with the Electrical and Computer Engineering Department at the University of California at San Diego. He is currently a professor with the Department of Avionics, Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum. His current research interests include complex networks, ad hoc wireless networks, delay-tolerant networks, next-generation wireless architectures, wireless sensor networks, wireless mesh networks, satellite networks, 6G satellite integration, big data analytics, and quantum information processing. In fact, Professor Manoj is a close friend of mine, and he was mentioned by the All India Council of Technical Education for his contribution in multimodal teaching is highly appreciated and adopted by AICTE and recommended to all institutes affiliated to controlled by the AICTE. Now I invite Professor D.S. Manoj to talk on this very interesting topic, opportunities and challenges in 6G satellite integration. Over to Manoj.
Thank you, Professor Rayendranath, for the excellent introduction, generous introduction. So, So good afternoon and welcome to this topic on 6G satellite network integration, opportunities, challenges and opportunities. So this talk is based on our recent work that led to this IEEE International Network Generations Roadmap 2022 edition. So this is actually part of IEEE 5G efforts to integrate non-terrestrial networks with the 5G network. So we have continued working on this to get to the 2023 edition of the roadmap, which is currently under review by IEEE. So this roadmap lays out the vision for the next several years in near term, mid term, as well as long term visions of how IEEE wanted to develop 6G as well as integrate 6G with the satellite networks. So you must be very much clear, as Professor Ashik Pal mentioned, 1945, Arthur C. Clarke wrote a book on the satellites, possibility of satellites, and in 2021, in the orbit that he mentioned, we were having about more than 500 satellites. So similarly, we have seen that significant growth happened across different orbits, LEO orbit or MEO orbit or GEO orbit. You can see right now somewhere around 9,000, 10,000 satellites on orbit all around the Earth. So satellite communications have significantly grown over the last 30-40 years. Parallelly, we have also seen several generations of terrestrial networking. We have seen secondary onwards in India with now we have the 5G deployed across various cities in India too. So the performance that we expected from 5G, we can see that mainly like big data rate of 20 gigabits per second, experience data rate of 100 megabits per second, and latency of say 1 millisecond with a packet rate of 10 power minus 5 and so on. So many of us were started getting this 5G data rate in even mid-tier cities. Now we are actually expecting that some of the services which will require very, very high data rate, so a 6G terrestrial network needs to be evolved. While this is under active research today, people expect the 6G performance will be something of the order of this, with 1 terabits per second data rate peak and experienced data rate of 1 Gbps with latency of the order of 0.1 millisecond with a very high reliability. And mobility support up to thousands of kilometers per hour too. So what kind of a network infrastructure can support this? While this is being done on the terrestrial side with significant evolutions that is right now undertaken by universities across the world, and including many of you as research students, you will actually be developing this 60 segment of the terrestrial network evolution. But what is the role of satellites, or what is the role of terrestrial network or non-terrestrial network in getting the services? So that is where this IEEE's international network generations roadmap effort is aimed at. So in addition to this 60 performance, 6G also aiming at new capabilities. You can see this side, the top side is new capabilities which were not part of the 5G effort. So some of the new capabilities include sensing as well as communications, or interoperability, or positioning, which means locationing of the devices to the accuracy of 10 centimeter, and AI-related capabilities too. So you can see these new capabilities as well as the enhancement of the 5G capabilities are becoming significant focus in 6G networks. Now comes the role of satellites. Which elements of satellite networks can be relevant for this 6G satellite integration? So as I have already mentioned, there are different orbits, LEO orbit, MEO orbit, GEO orbit, as well as now coming into consideration is highly elliptical orbit, which can provide some sort of latency advantage. Say, while a LEO orbit can provide a round trip latency up to 6.6 millisecond to 6.6, GEO orbits can only provide like 240 millisecond round trip latency, which is actually quite bad. Now we can potentially use highly elliptical orbit too to achieve the delay performance, which is very, very attractive. In addition to the satellites, INTR document also proposes to use high altitude platforms as well as low altitude platforms. These high altitude platforms are achieved by high altitude balloons, UAVs, airships, and so on, which will be able to provide something like 350 microsecond, 2.66 millisecond round trip time. And along with the high altitude platform, we consider the low altitude platforms to be integrated, which will give sub 10 microsecond round trip time in selected cases, which are achieved by stationary or tethered UAVs or low altitude balloons, which will move at a very slow speed. So these are the representation of the orbits from non-terrestrial elements from low altitude platforms, high altitude platforms to various orbiting satellites, which IEEE is now considering for integration in the case of 6G non-terrestrial network integration. Now this is the table prepared to bring out the round trip time with the one satellite as a relay, or multiple satellite including multiple satellites on the orbits helping the relay, as well as switching time added. So if you add say GEO satellite 240 millisecond round trip time, if you add one satellite switching time of 1 millisecond, so you get 241 millisecond. If you have multiple satellites relaying the traffic, then that becomes like 245 or so milliseconds. Now compare that with a LEO satellite, which will give you 2 milliseconds of round trip time with a significant switching elements added. You can actually do sub 10 millisecond round trip time communication. In comparison, high altitude platforms can bring down to significantly low from something like 2.3 millisecond without having any switching element to something like 7.66 millisecond with a significant multiple switching element too. So that way, for this integration of 6G as well as terrestrial, these elements like LEO satellites, high altitude platforms, and low altitude platforms play a very, very important role. So this is the integrated diagram of various use cases that was approved by IEEE as part of this roadmap document. This diagram was drawn by our own PhD student Devabrata Delai. He is also a member of the satellite working group. So you can see different non-terrestrial elements and the end user's user equipment and the centralized unit, which is actually the 5G or 6G wired network infrastructure. So as you may see that no single element of the non-terrestrial element is excluded from this integration aspect, including that of the newly considered highly elliptical orbit. So the highly elliptical orbit has a possibility of a very low altitude of 100 kilometer or very high altitude beyond 36,000 kilometer. So when they are coming very close to the earth, we may be able to utilize that for relaying the traffic, which will give you a significant delay. I'll show you later a diagram on opportunistic communications where highly elliptical orbits can be potentially used for high advantage in terms of delay. So now I just want to very briefly rush through the IEEE's effort in this so that it will reduce your time. For those who want to do research in this particular area, you can refer to the document I mentioned that has a very rich list of open research problems. So there are two categories of use cases. One, satellite as a backhaul network. Two, satellite as an access network, which is a very new direction. It was not there in the edition 2. In the edition 2, we have included that. So on this use case of satellite as a backhaul, there are about 13 different use cases defined. First being the distributed unit and centralized unit communicating our bend pipe satellites, to last use case where UAV as well as LEO multi-hop backhaul communications involved. I do not want to discuss everything, but I just want to give a flavor of what are the use cases considered. So this is one of the first use cases where the distributed unit, which is equivalent to the E-node B or the base station of the cellular network, where UE referring to the user equipment, and the satellite is actually providing a bend pipe service to communicate back to the centralized unit, so over the S1 interface as per the document. Now the use case 12 or 12A as well as B involves complicated cases where the user equipment as well as the terrestrial elements will communicate over a UAV to get to the multi-hop relaying service of the UAV so that it can actually talk to the satellite, where the satellite will deliver the data back to the core network. So this is the 30th use case of that particular case. Now you can actually achieve these UAVs either by using high altitude platforms or drones. And that will actually bring down the access delay whenever you relay back to the ground with the recipient user population. Now, direct access case, there are two major cases in the case of direct access network. One is where the E-node B or where the base station is placed. The base station can be placed on the non-terrestrial network or the base station can be placed on the ground. So the base station placing on the non-terrestrial node is actually a very new direction of satellite communication networks, where we have considered about 36 use cases which are unique. And the base station on the ground where the use cases where satellite is actually used for a backhaul service is actually covered. Now, out of a few of the cases where base station is on the non-terrestrial network, I briefly mentioned. So you can see these use cases where user equipment is directly talking to a low altitude platform, where the low altitude platform is actually carrying a G-node B, which is the base station. Or user equipment is talking to a series of low altitude platforms where one of the low altitude platforms is actually carrying a G-node B. And different such sequences of satellites to allow the services of G-node B within the satellite segment. Now, one important direction that the document has considered is federation of satellite network, which is not existing today. For example, if we have a OneWeb satellite network and Starlink satellite network, we know as they are competitors, they have a huge amount of investment on orbits that they don't want to share. But as a result, what happens is this investment becomes very expensive and directly transferred to the end user for that. So IEEE's document considered federation between the satellite segments, which brings down the cost of operation and improves the resource management and reduces the cluttering of orbit too. So it also increases access speed as well as availability of satellites and so on. So, but which requires ISP agreements. IEEE is actually suggesting to have interfaces and standards where such networks can coexist and interwork. Terrestrial landline internet is actually a federated network where BSNL will send data to Reliance and Reliance will send data to BSNL, and thereby the cost of operation has come down. So IEEE is now suggesting the federated operation on the sky among the satellite networks too. Now, some of the use cases, as I mentioned earlier, the use case where user equipment is actually on the ground here, talking directly to a UAV or a low altitude platform where the base station is based. The base station is sufficiently positioned such that high data services can be delivered to the user equipment while using the centralized internet or centralized unit elsewhere through S1 interface. And in some cases, you don't have a centralized unit nearby, so you can relay using appropriately positioned UAVs so that the communication can reach the centralized unit. So there are cases where you do not have sufficient range or sufficient reach for multiple low altitude platforms. In that case, high altitude platforms that can be positioned at a kilometer to 100 kilometer over sky using airships will be able to help reach the coverage goals in rural areas. Now, one important element of the 6G satellite integration is the emergence of dense and ultra dense satellites. So these dense satellites networks are very recently emerged, particularly by Starlink's emergence, where they plan to have large number of satellites on the LEO orbit or MEO orbit so that they will be able to give extra high bandwidth capacity. So, but why are they required for this? Because with the terrestrial internet, with the 5G or 6G, only a very, very small portion of the people are able to get support. So even today, we can find that less than 65% of the world population has access to high bandwidth internet, and to help improve that, you need to have satellite coverage, and that's where the dense and ultra dense LEO satellites can be very, very useful. So now what happens is with the emergence of companies such as Starlink, which provides which is planning to do like 30,000 to 40,000 satellites at orbits of 335 kilometer to 1325 kilometer in order to provide extra high bandwidth of 100 to 100 megabits per second to 1 gigabits per second bandwidth, which is actually proven to have something like 40% lower than intercontinental optical fiber latency across the internet. So this is actually transforming the network, not because of the bandwidth that you give, but also because of the density of satellites on the orbit, and competed by OneWeb like companies where they have 720 satellites per annum. India is also part of the launch effort of OneWeb, and they try to achieve 30 times better than geosynchronous satellites in terms of latency improvement. Now with these satellites, including the Amazon Kuiper, which plan for 3,200 satellites. So you are actually coming out with a very different segment where the LEO satellite clusters can actually help 6G integration service. So now, what are the opportunities in this dense LEO satellite as well as dense satellites to 6G integration? One is that high-speed internet access, or high-resolution remote sensing applications, or highly accurate location-based services. Basically, it helps many other applications, including disaster response, surveillance, and other associated applications. So it also been aided by the growth in the nano satellite segment, where the nano satellite segment is growing in from $2.8 billion to $7.5 billion by 2025. So India is also a place where we can tap into this particular segment. Now, what are the major objectives of dense LEO networks? High service performance, including very, very low latency and high throughput, high service continuity
where when you move out of 5G area or 6G area to an area, to a remote area, your bandwidth quality does not suffer. The ubiquitous services can be accomplished, and scalability of service can be accomplished, where you can scale the capacity of the network into millions of users too. So there are many challenges which are all research opportunities. One is integrating the satellite network with the 5G terrestrial network. So as I mentioned earlier, this entire document that we worked out is listing only research opportunities. Federation of dense satellite network infrastructure. If Amazon had been willing to talk to Starlink or vice versa, there would not have been this many satellites required on the orbit. That brings in an additional set of issues, including that of the issues faced by atmospheric research scientists and so on. So then antenna design. Antenna design is becoming very challenging because you are actually operating at very, very high frequencies, into beyond 6 gigahertz frequencies or beyond Ka-band frequencies, and with the MIMO transmission capability. So you need to have 150 or up to 1 gigabits per second data rate. So you need to have extremely high SNR antennas for achieving this. And latency requirements, this is one of the most significant challenge. That's where our document actually pushing for low altitude and high altitude platforms along with the elliptical orbit satellites to achieve that. So seamless handover between satellite networks to 5G as well as 6G terrestrial network. This problem has been solved in cellular networks, but it is re-emerging between cellular as well as satellite networks. And small cell access points. So the entire access point is actually captured in a LEO satellite, and that covers a spot beam where it provides network services. Data caching and other associated services. So now in the case of software development, software defined networking and the network virtualization, there are so many challenges that require research effort. Software defined networking requires algorithms for control of location, floor rule creation, and position-based floor rules, and so on. Network function virtualization is an emerging area in computer networking where network functions are taken over to the data center from the appliances. And now within the software, within the satellite network, so this network function virtualization is a lot more challenging because some of the functions that are supposed to happen over the satellite may be carried over a data center located on ground too. So it brings up several opportunities. Multi-tier cache services. So the brother Dara is actually actively working on this particular topic. Satellite edge computing, which is an extension of the mobile edge computing, but in a more complicated and challenges area. Now, I just want to mention about the opportunity network. This is actually the topology, the orbital diagram of several PSLV debris. Debris are actually the last stage of the rocket, which floats on appropriate orbits once the satellite is actually used. And this debris can remain there for like 15-20 years unless there is a cleaning action done. So when we look at several of the satellite debris, we find that some of them are actually elliptical, some of them are circular, some of them are in a very different orbit. So opportunity networking is actually utilizing the available orbital units so that you will be able to communicate when they are available. Say, for example, this particular blue orbit on the left side that you see there, left side that you see here, you can see that it comes very close to Earth. It comes very close to Earth at this particular point, even though it takes a very elliptical orbit. But when it comes to very close to the Earth, it may be able to provide a very, very low delay, so you will be able to support low latency communications. So we have done some experiment. We found that this orbital opportunity communications can be used to support delay tolerant communications for IoT and so on. So now I just want to mention one quick point about the three critical reference architectures defined by IEEE. These reference architectures are one for the near term for 3 years, and another for the mid-term 5 years, and the third for a long term 10 years. The near-term reference architecture for 5G or 6G satellite network integration is first non-virtualized 5G satellite networks. Second is separately virtualized 5G satellite network. And third is long term is integrated virtualized 6G satellite network. So these three plans give some sort of an idea. In the immediate term, we will use satellite as a carrier of the data. So here the user equipment and the radio area network, which is actually part of the edge of the network or the base station also, and you will actually carry the traffic over the control plane, over the satellite to the 5G backbone network. So this is actually the immediate near term. This is what many of the users are actually using when they use a satellite network for data carry. Now in the roadmap document for 5 years, we have defined the reference architecture 2, which is actually assuming two separately virtualized network architectures, one for the cellular network that is actually shown here, which is similar to the 5G control plane, and the other is actually for the satellite control plane. And this satellite control planes will have to define new functions, as I have earlier mentioned, the SNF, satellite satellite edge function as well as federation functions, to associate the new services that is expected from the satellite segment. And the users communicate with the satellite segment, and satellites NFA, network function virtualized module, that is called management and network orchestrator MANO module, that will actually do the management requirement for communicating with the terrestrial 5G control plane. So using this, you have two separately virtualized, two control planes, two network infrastructures that will actually interact in the near term. In the long term, what we expect IEEE to lead the effort is actually to bring what is it called an integrated virtualized 6G satellite network. So that what that means is similar to what you have on the ground, a 6G infrastructure that will also serve the non-terrestrial segment of the system, where it will actually have the integrated 6G control plane, which is necessary additional satellite related functions that will not differentiate between your device, whether it is actually communicating with the ground station or a base station on the ground or a base station on a non-terrestrial plane. So that is actually eventually our goal. So now I want to conclude by stating one important service which one of my students has proposed, that is a space-based hosting service. The space-based hosting service is aimed at hosting the data set or the entire data center services on the sky itself. So he was motivated by this concept of giving access to the data to the rural people or rural Indian people. So when he looked at the amount of data that we have, he looked at the Encyclopedia Britannica, which fully contained only limited to 1 gigabits of size, and Wikipedia has a large volume of data which is actually a few gigabytes of data. So if we consider the whole world's information, the whole world's data is actually not so huge that we can easily accommodate in a satellite in today's computing and storage resource available. So we can actually build a system where the satellite network or the cluster of satellites actually can host the entire world's data. For example, he is now doing the entire Wikipedia data hosted on satellite and giving access to the users. So you will be able to give access to the users. If this can be ported or this can be stored in a geo satellite, you will be able to give sub 10 millisecond access to the information to the entire world. So that's actually very, very interesting service. There's a lot of research that is going on. There's a research paper that he has prepared to give early access, so you can take a look at that. So this is actually providing data services, data center services based on the satellite network, not to give you 60 kind of delay. So let me conclude this. So what I was actually mentioning about is some of the challenges in integrating the satellite as well as terrestrial network, and how to provide a 6G services over the satellite network and what opportunities exist. So as I have mentioned, the reference document for this topic is 2022 edition IEEE INGR roadmap document. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Thank you, Professor Manoj, for the excellent session. Saturated and radio networks and associated standards. The session is open for questions. Please ask your questions. Thank you, Manoj.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindranath, for chairing the session. Now I request Dr. Aprin Teji to kindly hand over a memento to Professor Ashik Poo. Now I request Dr. Chinmay Saha to kindly hand over a memento to Dr. Sukumal De. Now I request Dr. Chinmay Saha to kindly hand over a memento to Dr. Jitin Krishna. Now I request Dr. Aprin Teji to kindly hand over a memento to Professor B.S. Manoj. Now I request Professor Manoj please to kindly hand over a memento to Dr. Chinmay Saha for chairing the session. Now I request Dr. Chinmay Saha to kindly hand over a memento to Dr. Ravindranath for chairing the session. Thank you all.
Yeah, so our technical part is over. As per the scheduled agenda, we have an open forum. So we want to hear you, maybe some technical questions, or if you have some other kind of queries. The networking is very important, and you have the very resourceful person of international caliber. That is the only thing I can say. Like Professor Jalil, Dr. Sukamal, Professor Ashik Paul. We have seen what kind of work is happening, and also we have with Dr. Aprin. Yeah, we can do in a more formal way. So, yeah. So I request, Dr. Akhtar, Dr. De, Dr. Aprin, Professor Paul also to join in the dais. We can have it in a proper way. Professor Ravindranath also. Yeah. Please. Yes.
You also said, yeah, they have to ask questions. Yeah, you agree. Take the mic for the audience.
So it is a semi-formal, so that's why I'm not calling it a panel discussion, but it is a kind of panel discussion on, in a little informal fashion. Or you can ask some questions related to the area, related to the career guidance on IEEE, opportunities through IEEE, because we are mentioning a lot of things for the students, recognitions, etc. Please feel free to ask questions.
No, don't keep quiet. You have to ask questions. Because anything, not with the technical, or if you want to get any evidence, definitely you have to ask. That is the, okay, you start.
Yeah, sir. Myself, Anish Kumar. I am from VSSC. Actually, I have one technical question to Dr. Jalil Akhtar, sir. So actually, you have mentioned regarding dielectric measurement in the system, sir. But one question I have is, suppose if we have a non-homogeneous system where dielectric constant is very, or if the non-anisotropicity is there with respect to dielectric, is it possible to measure such a system?
Yes, in principle, yes, but it's not straightforward. Let's take one, say if anisotropic, if it is the way you have, for example, in wood and fiber, which are sort of anisotropic in a uniaxial case. In that case, you can use rectangular waveguide in the sense that if you take the sample and cut into orthogonal directions, then in one example, imagine that you have one way, the fibers are along the y direction, and then in other case, they will be along the x direction. So if you make two samples out of this any material, like any the anisotropic, you can make two measurements in a rectangular waveguide, and then independently you can for example calculate their property. This is how we have done, for example, for carbon fiber and wood, other thing. But the condition is that they should be sort of uniaxial. For non-homogeneous, there's something tricky, because then it becomes sort of not, because we assume in the beginning that the material is homogeneous isotope. If you are having sort of non-homogeneous, then it comes into the imaging part. What you can do, that you can say have a sort of, depends also of what order. If suppose, in principle, the point is, if the distance of homogeneity is order of the wavelength, let's say you are measuring in X band. If suppose you are having non-homogeneity of the order of centimeter, then I can use an antenna, any focus antenna. I can scan the area, and then from that way I can find out the distribution of the dielectric properties around XY direction. That's something that we can do. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Any question? You ask.
Anyone wants to?
No, not anyone. Everybody should ask. Yeah, everybody should ask.
Good evening, dignitaries. I am Surya Prakash, a BTech student from IST final year. My question is to Professor Paul. Sir, you mentioned about the linear phased array antenna that was showing the images as well in the video. Sir, I wanted to ask, what is the purpose of the application for which the configuration of the linear phased array antennas are it? Like the distance between the antennas or the length of the antenna, what was the purpose that we had in mind for which the configuration which we saw in the photos and videos?
Okay. So the idea was that previously, you see, over the past 75 years since our independence, there have been only two previous occasions when this kind of a huge radar and array of antenna has been made. The first of those was sometime around the 1990s, and that was followed by SHAR also. That was also in the early 2000s. So when we started designing for this particular array, which will be the first one in an university system, so the previous references and those kind of architecture, they were no longer being followed, and we tried to first initially go for something like a maybe a circular array or some kind of a square array as was used in some of the other applications. Like in the case of NARL, they have about 1024 number of these Yagi antennas. So nowadays, with the improvement in the DSP techniques, you can work with lesser number of transmitting antennas and at the same time with lesser amount of power being received by them. Okay. In case of NARL, it was almost like 2.5 megawatt of power, which is transmitted. But in our case, it is only about 950 kilowatt. And even then, we have found that even if we operate with like about 60% of the array, we are still meeting the performance requirements. That means the performance requirement that was specified was something like, getting reflections from heights of about 20 kilometers. But even with about, say, out of 475, even when we are getting about 350 to 370 transmitters transmitting, even then we are getting more than that, like 22 to 23 kilometers. Now the details of these configuration, that means what will be the dipole length, what will be the inter-element spacing, that was all guided by one fact, that the entire array, because it was using electronic beam switching, so when the beam is switched towards the north from our station, then there is a particular point which is known as the quasi-transverse point. That quasi-transverse point, that is some kind of an imaginary point in space where the radar beam and the geomagnetic field of the earth, they are at right angles to each other. So that condition was one of the primary binding factors, that we have to have the array aligned along this particular direction. Then we have to also keep in mind the fact that the diameter of the entire array, it should be something ranging between 90 meter to 100 meter diameter. Okay, we are having something like 95 meter. So these two factors that limited that how many number of antennas we could have. Initially we had planned for 450, but then after checking the simulated radiation patterns, we actually went for 475. And we were fortunate enough, that in all this process for the design and development of this antenna array, we had the expertise of a number of national level experts like Professor K.P. Ray, who is presently at DIET, Pune. Then from our own department, Dr. Jawad Siddiqui, he was there, and other experts also from other ISRO labs, they were there as well. So all of us sat together, and judging by the radiation characteristics and of course the VSWR, they decided that it could be like lambda by 2, the dipole length, then the inter-element spacing. If we take a closer look at this entire structure of antenna, we will see that they are arranged in bunch of 19 antennas. There are 25 such hexagons. Each bunch of 19 antenna is in a particular hexagon, and there are 25 such hexagon. So 25 times 19 is 475. So these are in a nutshell. I'm telling you very simply, but there are some mathematical calculations also involved that actually decided that what should be the dimension of the antenna, the height of the antenna, the inter-antenna separation, all these things. Okay. Actually, if you go to our website, there you can find all these dimensions, and the schematic is, I think that is also given there. That, of course, all this detailed discussion is not there, how we arrived at those values, but you can have an idea about, what is the precise geometric configuration that is used.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is very well answered. Yeah, Sharnaditya, go ahead.
Yes, my question is to Professor Jalil Akhtar. So, sir, I am Sharnaditya from IIST. So, you have today you have shown microwave imaging using SIW-based CSRR metamaterial loading. So, my question is that how the metamaterial backing and shielding can affect the metamaterial sensing. It can be isotropic, can be anisotropic or homogeneous. This surface we can back. So, is it effective or not?
Okay, so first of all, the background. So when I say metamaterial, it means that you have one metamaterial unit cell. You have this, for example, let's say you put behind the microscope, it becomes your single element sensor of CSRR. Then what you do is that you try to scan over the surface. Let's say you have 1 by 1 meter. Now what you do is that either manually or in automatic setup, you scan over the whole area, and you have access to one side that you assume. You measure in each point what we call S11 or reflection data, and then that means at each point, let's say you have n by n points. So at each point you have your amplitude and the phase of S11. Right? So now there are many ways you can do. Let's say you first want to only differentiate if there some cracks at some region. So for this, what you can do, you can simply process the data at each point. You can plot them on XY scale, and you will notice that wherever there is some defect, you will have different characteristics as compared to the other background. Say you have 3 or 4 cracks. Now, depending upon the way you have scanned the area, you can see that there are these 3 spots. You have something remarkable as compared to others. That means you know these 3 things are different from the background. So that's one aspect. What we call in sort of qualitative. Now, whether that is homogeneous or anisotropic, that will give you some change. If you want to quantify whether this is anisotropic or not, for that you have to go for one more step, and then you have to again what we call scan, let's say for example in different direction, to say it is the same or not. If it's same, that means anisotropic. If not, that means anisotropic. So that's whether you can differentiate. But non-homogeneity, that will take into account if you scan in 2D. That's not the issue.
Yeah, so sir, actually my point is that for the question that sometimes for the sensing it is okay, but
Yes.
when we are giving as a transmitter or receiver system, means implantable antennas when we are putting.
Yes.
So for the superstrate, the gain is very much low then. But S11 we can say that checking, but when we are checking about the gain as an implantable transmitter antenna, then the metasurface backing can enhance the gain, sometimes 2 dB, 3 dB, 4 dB gain, it can be enhanced. So if we characterize the system, can we use the surface impedance concept, the tensor surface impedance concept and tensor matrix analysis, then we can attract the...
No, okay, so you think in terms of antenna, right? But this is far field. We are working in near field. Number one. Number two, at the end, what you measure is S11 or S21 maximum, if you have 2 dimensional. Now, it's your way, how can you visualize this in terms of impedance or in terms of any other parameter? So you have to also put in mind that at the end, what measurement parameter are always S11 and S21. So now it's up to you that how can you try to visualize and how can you, for example, try to map this data into impedance or into other material properties. That's something you can always map it. But the main thing is you only measure S11 in this case if you have access to only one side. Okay, that's the point.
For the benefits of all the students, on behalf of all the students, let me frame a question which is common to Dr. Shukomal, Professor Manoj and also Professor Akhtar. IEEE has different kind of schemes and by which students can be benefited for their technical work, getting support, financial support, traveling to conferences in abroad, like even USA or Europe or wherever you want to, up to several thousand US dollar support is possible. I know few cases where now Professor Shukomol's PhD scholar, Professor Manoj, PhD scholar, Professor Akhtar's PhD student, Opala and Devabroto, and what is the name of your student? Shaumik. So they are some of the recipients of such awards from IEEE. So I request each of you to brief what is the process, what is the competitiveness level, and how such more successful applications can come from this hall in 2024. Each of you can briefly highlight for a minute or maximum couple of minutes. Yes.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Stana. So, first of all, so whenever you are writing these, you have to write a very brief proposals. Okay. So the writing proposals plays a very important role. So, so it's basically like the topic selections, right? So you have to give, right? You have to project some topic which can be implementable within a 1 year time frame, because you have to give, you have to submit a report after 1 year. Okay, and for that the project title should be in line with the society. That should be the first point. Say if you are sending it to the APA society, it should be in line with their state of interest. In addition to that, so you should not feel like that if I add word like say for an example, metamaterials or artificial intelligence or machine learning, the project will be accepted because these are the buzzwords. No, I mean it has to be the experimental way it can be proved, and also if you have some prior publications related to that, that will give you some added advantage. Okay, so and you have to write a proposal with the 2 pages, right? By the 2 pages you have to prove them that yes, it can be done within 1 year time frame, and also the write less and draw more in the proposal, so that you can explain, because nobody has time to go through even the 2 pages also. Okay, you should make a proper planning with some beautiful drawing, draw something, show some, the flow chart. By this, I think this is the one of the way of writing the proposal, and then it comes every year. You motivate your students to upload, to write a proposal, and our supervisor can only give recommendations to 1 proposal. So it's your duty to select which proposal is good within your team group, and then you submit.
Yeah.
So that is the thing.
Thanks, Professor Manoj. Very briefly, because we are really short of time. Yeah.
So first challenge is to find out where the calls are. So IEEE site is having regular calls for projects. IEEE Computer Society has, and IEEE SSTC, that is Society for Space and Satellite Communications. So all these organization units of IEEE will call for proposals for funding, and my student Devabroto, who is also the student branch chair, has been successful in writing his PhD related research into EPICS, a call of IEEE. EPICS stands for Engineering Projects in Community Level. So his PhD work had certain way of serving people, and he wanted to develop a prototype system to demonstrate that, and IEEE had funded that project with $7,100 US. So a technical proposal of a few pages, a budget for that, and the utility value of the idea should be presented in a very, very good quality proposal with recommendations from the advisors. It will go for an international review, and they evaluate for the technical merit and the applicability, and then they grant you. The process is now picking up among our students. We have seen several of students in IEEE Kerala section winning that. It's a good opportunity. I would recommend you try that. This is a very good training for your own ability to write a research grant and winning that. This is a very essential skill for surviving in the R&D domain. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I will just tell you my experience. So 2 of my students got this MPT award for PhD censorship. First time it was in 2012, so the first time from India who got the MPTS award for graduate fellowship. It's a big amount. $5,000 to $6,000 is not a small amount, and one of them also got last year. So I would say, if you talk of the proposal as mentioned by other my colleagues, it's not only about your own work, but you have to put in a form which could be understood by non-expert in the field. That means even if you don't have good publications, if you have good idea, and if you are very much clear that yes, I can apply this my idea for a patient which can go in 1 or 2 year time, and don't be scared. Even if it doesn't work, it's fine, because you're not a company. But you should be confident from your point of view that yes, for example, let's say you want to make a device for biomedical application, an RF device. Now, you should be clear that it will work. Even if it doesn't work, don't be scared and say, oh, what if it doesn't work? No one will kill you. So, go with your own idea, go with your, what we call, confidence, and then it will work. And then you write down because if you are not confident about yourself, then you can never prosper and you cannot move forward. So this is the one problem that usually we see that people are scared. Oh, even also for paper writing. Oh, if it doesn't. But if you see now, even all the publications, one part is what we have done. Other part is how do you present the idea which can be understood by, for example, the reviewers. And if you see the published papers from many countries, the way you read the introduction and the way you see the results, maybe results are same, but you could also produce. But then the way you present your results is something different, and that counts. For example, if you send a paper to any journal today, one of the very senior person told me that if I get a paper, I just first read the introduction, abstract, and conclusion. Then only I decide whether I want to go to read the text or not. So if you have not properly, define your work in the introduction and abstract, your case is very much, already on the lower side. Same thing comes for the proposals. So you start your bit, you write your 1 or 2 page, should be very much abstract, should be pointing, and apply. Because the problem is that if you see last many years, people don't even apply. That's the first one. That you take the first step, talk to your supervisor. Go around. Now you have internet, see how it could be written, and you start very in advance. For example, let's say if you know the deadline in October, start in summer, in July, and find out what all you need to do. You talk to supervisor, talk to anyone in the region around. So anyone can help you, but you should take the first step. Then how to write, for example, how to start writing, how to and also you should know how to formulate your problem, because the other part is how to solve. But for example, some part people say if you know what is to be done, half of your PhD is done. So that is also very much important that they should be done. And again, I will request all of you to be more communicative. Don't be shy. Don't be scared that what will others will think or what others will do. And no idea is a bad idea. And go with this concept and try always to express yourself whatever way you can, in whatever forum you can. And if you start summarizing, if you say the awards for undergraduates, for PhDs, for all the levels. Even if you are undergraduate, if you start from the second year, and if you are very much confident, there is no way that you won't get the award, because the problem is that people don't apply and people don't actually try to get the award together. So I would say again that try to be very much to the point, be confident, work around, talk to your advisor, talk to your professor, talk to anyone in the country around, but just you should take a first step. And once you start writing, maybe if you don't get first year, maybe you get a second year. But don't stop doing things. If you keep on doing, I'm sure that some of them will be able to get it. And any questions or comments, if you have, always write to us. We are always there to help you. Thank you very much. That's you all.
Let me summarize, because this is something which is very important. From our lab, Advanced Microwave Lab, we have been 3 successful cases, 2 for undergraduate students and from MTT Society, AP Society, and one for PhD level, which is from Antenna Propagation Society. So what Professor Akhtar and Professor Manoj mentioned, I think the key point is you have to start early. So for UG students, during your second year or maximum maybe 5th semester or 6th semester, you should identify the area and you should have some idea what you are going to write on, and you should have some preliminary results also. Then your proposal becomes strong. And you have to make sure that you are the first choice of your supervisor, because your supervisor can nominate maximum one student. So if multiple students are working, he can only nominate the best students. So that is the initial level of filtering that will be there. And why I mention this, because when I took over this Asia Pacific coordinatorship, especially concentrating on India, I got a kind of complaint that in UG level, no students from India are getting this award. And I, told many people, and last year there are 3 recipients from India, one from our institute, one from IIT Indore, in undergraduate level I am talking about, and one for I think IIT Kanpur. Right? And then in PG level, the PhD level, we have this year from MTT Society, Opala, which is Professor Akhtar's student, and Gopika, who is not over here. She is from IST, from Antenna Propagation Society. So there are live examples, and I think you got some tips. And you please follow the deadlines for MTT Society. The deadlines are February and October every year. 2 calls are there. You should apply. And for AP Society, there is one annual call, and you should try to get benefited through such international recognitions. It's not about the money, but it's a big recognition because it is a global award. Okay, so I think with this we conclude our session, and over to Katu for next announcement, right? Yeah.
Now I invite Dr. Anu Mohammed for delivering the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, my dear students, on behalf of the various societies, we have to thank Apren sir, Chinmay sir, and Manoj sir for selecting the apt persons for today's workshop. As most of our applications have multidisciplinary approach, where multi-physics are involved, and you need to know the physics behind these problems as well as the experience are required. So they have found out chosen the apt persons in various fields, and they have showcased their experiences and expertise. Thank you all, especially Professor Jalil sir, Uma madam, Manoj sir, Sugmol sir, Ashipol sir, and also others who enlightened us today. And I'd also like to thank the industrial people and students, especially UG students, for attending our workshop and for helping you, as Chinmay sir lastly pointed, for helping you out. You associate with these kind of societies, and definitely your career would be shaped for your future. And last, I would like to thank our back-end supporters and volunteers for their tireless efforts. Jai Hind.
With this, we are coming to the end of our one-day workshop on advanced microwave and antenna technologies and applications. Thank you all for participating and making this program a grand success. Thank you to all the dignitaries. With this, we conclude the session. Thank you all. The certificates will be distributed soon. Thank you all. Certificates will be distributed outside the hall.